right, guys, welcome back to another live show. Sorry for starting a little bit late, but better late than never. So, got a jam-packed show tonight. Hopefully, we can get through it all because we have quite a few things to show. Some pretty interesting stuff, actually. I came across some interesting stuff. I'm trying to get this last little thing working. All of a sudden, my phone just stopped totally working and it's being slow. But everything that should be loaded up is ready to go. Just doing last little bit, and then of course getting the computer ready for um, to show off some new evidence and stuff that the Lost Cryptids got. So pretty excited about that. Could be a pretty big game changer actually, with the amount of stuff that we actually got, audio stuff. So we'll get into that a little bit later. Let's get into some stuff because we got jam-packed show. I think I am missing one thing. I guess didn't load, but that's okay. Hopefully everyone's doing good on this Saturday night. I'm pretty excited because the evidence and stuff is actually extremely new, actually brand new and stuff. Actually happened last night when I was out solo investigating at night, and had some pretty interesting stuff happen. And then so we'll get into that a little bit later, teasing you a little bit. I really want this other video to load because I thought that I would have it up. But first, we're going to show basically. We're going to talk about fake people, storytelling again, more lies and bullshit. And it's up to you to decide. Don't go just off my words and stuff, but you should vet these people and at least think about some of the stuff that they say and how they say it and some of the stories that they present. But first, we're going to take a look at a pretty interesting hoax that was done on purpose by some individuals who are not part of the community, but basically they wanted to hoax us and get a reaction and kind of see how easy it is and see what kind of comments and stuff we got. So let's take a look a little bit. I'm sure you guys might have seen this. This is actually from a Oklahoma photo that his grandfather got in 1986, I believe it was. So let's take a quick look at this.
This is how you fake a Bigfoot sighting. Step 1. Buy a Bigfoot suit. Step 2. Take a photo of a friend in said suit. Step 3. Edit the photo. Step 4. Post a photo on Reddit and wait for responses. Watch the full video on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, it actually is easy like that. As easy as he made it seem. Let's actually replay that again because it is hilarious that it's exactly what he did, exactly how he used it. We'll dive into a little snippet and stuff. I didn't actually chop up his full video because he did play a lot of music and I didn't want to get an issue with that, with music and stuff. So especially doing some of this, but I will direct you guys to this channel. In fact, I believe you can see it.
This is how you fake a Bigfoot sighting. Step 1. Buy a Bigfoot suit. Step 2. Take a photo of a friend in said suit. Step 3. Edit the photo. Step 4. Post a photo on Reddit and wait for responses. Watch the full video on my YouTube channel.
So we're trying to get my phone to work because that's what's keeping me held up. But basically, this guy, uh, at first, they were just making a video to have some fun, and then they deliberately hoaxed. We'll play this next video, and then I thought I had another clip of this ready to go, but I might not.
Decided to post it on his blog called Phantoms and Monsters. Ape Man observed by Western Oklahoma birdwatcher. A Western Oklahoma birdwatcher took this photo of an ape man, as referred to by the witness. What are your thoughts on this image? Bigfoot? Upright canine? What do you think? But in terms of the craziest, this one just has to take the cake, because this guy came in with no grammar, making this the most incomprehensible thing I have ever read. But basically what he's trying to say is that he's seen two species of Bigfoot and thinks this one might be a hybrid. But he also, I don't even know what he's on about half the time, because there's a point in this where he says that Bigfoot can cloak and turn invisible because he saw footprints materializing and there was no Bigfoot there? What are you on about? Things then got hidden in the replies, and he can be quoted as saying, people who care about punctuation marks have never seen Bigfoot. Yeah, an actual human decided to type that. I didn't have to tell everyone what I've experienced over the years. I spend my time actually trying to catch Bigfoot, not worrying about people punctuating sentences.
So it was a big joke to them and stuff. And actually, in the end, they decided to let the hoax just be out there and stuff, let it float around, not actually tell people, because a lot of people were immersed with it. And of course, they are full blown skeptics, that person and his partner. And basically, they're having fun and stuff. They don't really care. It wasn't really nefarious. They didn't want really to trick people and to hurt their feelings, because they realize that a lot of people are really ingrained into this and basically are kind of stupid and will believe whatever the heck they say. Because some of the comments, as they showed and stuff and read, were kind of out there and stuff. Of course, he made the hoax, and basically what they did, they shot up a big. Hopefully, this last video will play. It has him talking a little bit, but there was a lot of music and stuff, so I didn't cut it up. But basically, I guess I can try to actually go there and show you guys with no volume real quick. But they created a chase scene. It was going to be like a lost hiker chase scene video, and they had a perfect thumbnail photographed, and they snipped that. They edited it, of course, and made it look older, and gave it a backstory, and then posted it on several different Reddit groups, and then it gathered a lot of attention. And it was hilarious to them. They're non-believers, of course. And then go to this. We'll get this ready to go. And he also said that they were going to try to do more of this and actually most likely try to hoax again, and try to do this experiment, as they were calling it, to see how much people they can trick, how much people they can influence, see what kind of basically fantasy the community drums up by just throwing a photograph out there with a story. And I thought it was very fascinating because how easy it was, and how it took off on its own. Like, the story that people were throwing out there and what they were seeing, and Two Dog Man, and all sorts of things that they could spin on the photograph. It was just amazing. And of course, it just blew them out of the water. And I think we should definitely be on the lookout for that photograph, and then others. So I think I have the last video that I was going to show. Let me download this real quick, and then we'll show this. All right, so that one's loading up, and then we'll kind of skim over some of the stuff on the actual YouTube channel without sound, because it does have a lot of music, and I don't want to have any issues. Haven't had issues in a long time, so I don't want any issues now. All right, so we got that I think loaded. Let me present this. See if it's ready to go. Glad to see everyone is in chat.
Worked as well as it did. But nonetheless, this is the story of how I convinced over 1,000 Redditors that my granddad has evidence of Bigfoot.
Man, suit up music on this. Down and out, down and out, down, 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 down.
Yeah, that's how it looks just by itself. Let me put on the gloves.
So right here, I could just cut out the music completely and stuff, just made everything silent. But it was a lost hiker kind of footage, chase scene. Guy wielding the cameras, making some noise, trying to act scared, and this is the video. This is what they were originally going to try to do and had ideas with, but then it gravitated to something else when they found out they had the perfect opportunity to make a really good photograph when trying to make a thumbnail for this particular video clip. And see right there is where you can see the just fake mask and stuff. But let's hear what he said. How many people he faked. Now this was, let's see. Gotta pause it. Okay, so the video was published 7 months ago, and he says he waited a year working on the video and to publish it.
This should not have worked as well as it did. But nonetheless, this is the story of how I convinced over 1,000 Redditors that my granddad has evidence of Bigfoot.
Man, suit up music on this. Down and out, down and out, down, 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 down.
All right, so you can see how many what the numbers are and stuff. And so this was a year after he posted all of that, and then another 7 months since I'm realized and discovered that. I guess I don't know. Maybe other people have discovered it. His video doesn't have that many views, so I know the whole community, I don't believe, knows this is a hoax. So let's take a look. At the YouTube channel. All right. And it is faking a Bigfoot sighting. And of course, so he pretty much got influenced and stuff by the, and they did the exact same way by the Gable film footage and stuff. So that's their screenshot that they did, and that's how they hoaxed a bunch of people. With this cheap costume with this little Halloween werewolf gloves, little monkey mask, and a ghillie suit. And then a couple hours of editing. Of course, we've seen this shown the so he had to actually pick up a spot. He picked out Western Oklahoma. He actually went on Google Maps and just picked out a spot, you know, because he wanted to have a little bit of background that he could at least tell to the story before he got getting ready to share it to Reddit. Of course, he's explaining how his grandpappy came across the thing. It's probably going to load a little sucky because I am streaming at the same time. So he says here he gets influenced by the Gable film that was proven a hoax by Monster Quest. And then he just basically starts reading all these comments and thinks it's pretty hilarious, you know, maybe a bear with mange. And he actually gives credit to the people who said it was a bear with mange or a dude in a gorilla suit or stuff like that, more than the people are claiming it's Bigfoot. Obviously, there's the picture of the werewolf gloves, and he really kind of laughs and hounds people who really seem to think that it's real or they're spotting multiple stuff, when it's in fact a cheap hoax. And it's simple and it's easy to be done. And these are a couple young guys who did it in their spare time for fun. And it's obviously on Reddit and then everywhere else where this is posted. It's been deemed real or possible, and it is fake. It is a hoax. It is not real. And then of course he starts laughing when they start asking about UFOs in the sky, and just the fantasy that is really out there. He's really hounding at the wackery and the woo side, and I don't blame him and stuff. It is pretty crazy. We've pointed this out here. What kind of people will lie and just do everything. So he kind of has a mock investigation. I don't really think he goes anywhere far, does anything. And then, of course, he basically claims that the Patterson film's a hoax. Everything's a hoax. He's a hardcore skeptic. But he does feel kind of sorry for tricking so many people, but he will not tell the people that it was a hoax because he doesn't want to burst their bubble, their dream bubble, their fantasy. And I thought that was pretty interesting, and I just came upon it today, last minute. So that's kind of what took so long with kind of getting everything downloaded and stuff, and trying to navigate and at the last minute realize there's a bunch of music playing, and I don't want to get copyrighted strike with that because sometimes they're picky, sometimes they're not. We are technically discussing this copyright loopholes, First Amendment right stuff, news related information that we're spreading to the community, you obviously. So there are some loopholes and stuff, but it's not really a battle that everyone wants to fight. So only when necessary. Nice to see everyone in chat. Hopefully everyone is doing good. And the channel name for that, if you want to watch that, he has one more video about testing paranormal stuff, is All Things Unknown. The YouTube video is called Faking a Bigfoot Sighting. He only has 42 subscribers, 506 views in the last 7 months. So I know a lot of people haven't really seen that. Probably have a lot of people haven't exposed it either. So I'm not sure. Maybe you guys have seen it, been exposed to other places and stuff. Hopefully this information does get shared around. Other people make videos and contents about it. All right. Got one out of the way. All right. We're going to jump into, let's finish up with Mr. Chris Reinhardt and stuff. I got a couple things from him. And it's up to you guys to decide if he's telling the truth or you think he's full of bullshit or not. And let's just hear from himself. Let's get started. It's not too long and stuff. Actually, I do notice that we are missing one, but that is okay because I can fix that real quick.
Yeah.
So, animal behavior, right? I think these things understand what we are. And I think you mentioned that nervousness a couple times. When we don't seem fazed by them, I think they're kind of like, oh, what's going on here? Why aren't these guys, running away?
Oh, yeah, they want the interaction. They definitely want the interaction. And if you don't give them the time of day, they get mad. And they'll start. Is that the
agitation that you were feeling in those first two stories you were talking about?
Right. But when I was in Missouri, they would, if you didn't pay attention to them, they would throw more stones. And they would just keep throwing more stones. It was a crazy experience. Something I'll never forget in my entire life, what happened to me in Missouri, that's for sure.
I bet he won't, because that is this basically starting foundation. And Randy's in chat, and Randy and the guys at the 400 are legit. They actually do have real encounters, and he was part of some of that. But you kind of see where he's inflating stuff is, where when you don't pay attention to them, they start throwing rocks at you, Randy, right? Uncontrollably when you guys aren't chasing them and stuff, right? It's this little fibs, little lies that I've noticed that Chris, I'm sure a lot of people are starting to notice that Chris does make. He tends to fib on things or exaggerate points and stories or go back to retell things and add certain things that doesn't really need to be added, especially when it comes to Missouri and stuff. He seems to not be afraid to keep talking about it, obviously, because it's a pillar of his foundation of how he actually got started. And he keeps using it. All right, so let's check out some other stuff. And he was on Central Florida Bigfoot, this interview that actually popped across. Love Central Florida Bigfoot. Matt's an awesome guy. Definitely not knocking on him or anything for having him on. And I think in this next clip, you kind of actually see, Matt's a pretty smart guy. And I think, he understands. He understands what he's seeing. So let's take a look at some of the evidence that Chris Reinhardt has presented.
Branches, they're all thrown in, and then in the middle there's a little seat in there, like a little bed. And they're all broken off branches.
Matt, you talked about a seat in there where you got the shot of the Bigfoot's face.
Yeah.
So did it look anything like this?
How big is this, Chris?
This is probably, I would say 8 feet by 6 feet, roughly.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing it on camera here as 2 feet by 2 feet.
No.
That's
This is huge. No.
Okay,
huge.
that's what was throwing me off.
That
Okay.
spot that's in the middle back there is just huge. An 8-footer could lay right in there.
Oh yeah, that's not showing well. That's not showing well for sure. Okay, very, very cool.
Oh no, definitely not 2 foot by 2. And then a guy contacted me 10 miles up the road from where I'm at, and the same creek runs through the both areas, and he found the same nest, but with a pile of empty pine nut shells right next to it. And then I don't have a picture of the other nest that we found here this year, but on the other nest that we found had a pile of pine nuts next to it. So the same print is showing up at my place at Larry's, and then at his place that he invited us up to 10 miles up the road. Same print we're finding. Same creek joined the two areas. Same nests. Same everything. I think there was a bully that came into the area this year, and I don't know. That's my guess. But that print there is the same one we're finding 10 miles up the road. And that's a pretty good print right there, if you ask me.
And that's 15 inches, did you say?
This one's 9.5 inches.
Oh, all right.
I don't know. I gave him any of the 15-foot. I caught him once this year at the Gift Rock. The substrate here in Connecticut's so hard. It's like cement. Mm-hmm. So what we did, we went up to the Gift Rock and we dug like a big patch, a 4x4 patch, dug it all up, fluffed it all up, and then raked it all out so it looked just like never dirt. He stepped right in it. Mm-hmm. Stepped right in it, and we couldn't get back there for 2 weeks. This isn't in our backyard. We have to hike like an hour to get to it. It's out in the middle of nowhere, so we.
What do you guys think? That was some pretty interesting evidence that he presented, and he says that's 8x6, 8x6 nest. Matt thought it was 2x2. What do you guys think? I actually agree with Matt. It looks like it's 2x2 little brush of sticks. And then, of course, the track, he says, is 9.5 inches long, but there's a blade of grass that is, in my opinion, along with the dead leaf size, is well under that, only a couple inches long and stuff. So I'm not sure exactly where his mindset is on this evidence. And this is the problem too, is making up lies about his own evidence, or it's in so fantasy land that he is believing that these measurements are correct and they're not. Looking at, if we can replay it and stuff, we will. Looking at the video of the giant nest, an 8x4 nest, you can look at the logs and stuff next to it, look at the sticks, you can look at everything around to judge measurement. You don't have actual good size measurement, but if you are in the woods and you kind of know trees and you know the sizes of sticks and everything else, you should kind of know that an 8x6 nest is going to look a certain way going to have a certain density about it that you could actually, get in there and hide compared to a 2x2 nest or, whatever that we're seeing here. And so let's take a look at this one more time.
Branches, they're all thrown in, and then in the middle there's like a little seat in there, like a little bed. And they're all broken off branches.
Matt, you talked about a seat in there where you got the shot of the Bigfoot's face.
Yeah.
So did it look anything like this?
How big is this, Chris?
This is probably, I would say 8 feet by 6 feet, roughly.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing it on camera here as 2 feet by 2 feet.
No.
That's
This is huge. No.
Okay,
huge.
that's what was throwing me off.
That
Okay.
spot that's in the middle back there is just huge. Something an 8-footer could lay right in there.
Oh yeah, that's not showing well. That's not showing well for sure. Okay, very, very cool.
Oh no, definitely not 2 foot by 2. And then a guy contacted me 10 miles up the road from where I'm at, and the same creek runs through the both areas, and he found the same nest, but with a pile of empty pine nut shells right next to it. And then I don't have a picture of the other nest that we found here this year, but on the other nest that we found had a pile of pine nuts next to it. So the same print is showing up at my place at Larry's, and then at his place that he invited us up to 10 miles up the road. Same print we're finding. Same creek joined the two areas. Same nests. Same everything. I think there was a bully that came into the area this year, and I don't know. That's my guess. But that print there is the same one we're finding 10 miles up the road. And that's a pretty good print right there, if you ask me.
And that's 15 inches, did you say?
This one's 9.5 inches.
Oh, all right.
I don't know. I gave him any of the 15-foot. I caught him once this year at the Gift Rock. The substrate here in Connecticut's so hard. It's like cement. Mm-hmm. So what we did, we went up to the Gift Rock and we dug like a big patch, a 4x4 patch, dug it all up, fluffed it all up, and then raked it all out so it looked just like never dirt. He stepped right in it. Mm-hmm. Stepped right in it, and we couldn't get back there for 2 weeks. This isn't in our backyard. We have to hike like an hour to get to it. It's out in the middle of nowhere, so we
Unbelievable. How does he know that there's a bully Bigfoot in there, and he's bullying the other Bigfoot? Yeah. How? Yeah, I'll send you a link. And stuff. Actually, can give me some more time because I got another video of Chris, and it's right up your alley, of course. But for some reason, I thought I downloaded it. I guess it didn't upload on StreamYard, and then I deleted it from my phone. But then, of course, I have ways to get it right back up. I'm gonna copy this so you come in. Right on in, Randy. So that's link in chat. And then we'll talk about Chris, and then we'll jump over to the next person in the lineup, and then should have time for everything else. So that's loading. But yeah, it's more of this fantasy land and stuff. How does he know there's a bully coming onto the property and causing mischief and causing his group to move? And it says your device is not connected, Randy. I can't even connect you on. Maybe he's just loading in or something. Give him a minute. All right, that's looking better. I'm gonna add you in. All right, can you hear us, Randy?
I can hear you.
All right, we can hear you. What'd you think about all that?
I can't turn my camera on.
Yeah, it said your device. It says your device is not connected on my end. That would probably mean your webcam or. There you go.
Can you hear me?
All better now.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make a couple comments on what has already been said. and that is the property that he is saying, oh, we're out in the middle of nowhere, hikes hours to get out here. And well,
Right.
he was actually trespassing on somebody else's property. And he was claiming that he's out in the middle of nowhere. Well, the fact is, it was somebody's property, and they had game cams on that property, caught his buddy on a game cam picture that was posted on a community chat line there in Winstead, where he lives, with his buddy's picture, wearing a wife beater tank top and carrying a machete, wanting to know who this guy is on their property. So it went out in the community, and it was his buddy Larry. So they don't go to that property anymore. They don't go to that property anymore because now,
and he kept saying that it was private property. We're not even supposed to be there. He said it in quite a few different interviews that I've seen, and that I know that he's given himself.
Now he says, well, the property's been sold. We don't go back there anymore. The property's been sold. And I'm trying to figure out who owns it now. That's all bullshit. They got caught. He can't go out there anymore. But the story is, he lies in a way where he manufactures storytelling to cover his tracks.
Yeah. And I think especially going out there on someone else's property with a machete, and it's probably not even that rural or that remote and stuff. Some red flags and stuff, definitely not good to do.
So clearly somebody on that property is walking around on that property and placing game cams up. So whenever he finds what he thinks is an impression, and he sells it to you as, there's not a snowball's chance in hell that there's people out here. It's all Bigfoots.
That's right. Chris Reinhardt still can't get it through his head that a live stream will set off a tri-field meter or other meters and stuff too, just with live streaming and Wi-Fi and all that.
Yeah, I got something to say about him and that Chris Connors guy, whoever he was with down in Florida, and their phones making the text when he was texting his phone in his pocket, and it came up with all those letters. That you can pull that thing apart like crazy, and they're both complicit.
Yeah, pocket dialing and stuff, and both of them went on to Robert Kreider's expedition to New Mexico. I was going to show a little bit about that, but I decided not to. So basically, the long story short is they started. I believe it was Chris Reinhardt, maybe Chris C from Florida, and then some other guy who was nitpicking and trying to navigate the place where Robert Kreider, of course, was there and had experiences at. They've never been there in their entire life, and they're trying to navigate and push the expedition and actually take time and waste by taking too long, by not actually moving fast enough and taking too many breaks. And of course, then Chris Reinhardt is scared out of his mind all the time and stuff. So, but they did have some activity, maybe the first couple nights. But in the end and stuff, it really broke down when these guys basically were talking out their ass. That's pretty much what Chris does. He talks out of his ass. Sounds good, looks good on paper, but when you go in the field and you actually do hard work or really experience stuff, he falls apart as a person. So his research and evidence and everything else falls apart, especially when he comes back and he just tells fantasy land storytelling. He doesn't even talk about New Mexico. He won't even talk about anything that I've heard of so far. All the footage and evidence that they've had, I have not seen. Only Robert Kreider's ever put out this stuff. So it really does tell a good story because
well, and you see, and therein lies the storyline. The fact that he doesn't mention a thing about Robert Kreider's trip because he knows that it could come back and bite him. For some reason, he feels safe. He feels safe lying about being with us in Missouri because we've never called him out on the very first lie that he ever told, which was in the tent. And the fact that we have let it slide, it has given him a feeling of safety. He can evolve them into whatever stories he wants now because we've never said anything, so he has nothing to fear. But I'm done with that. I'm through with that point. And I would like to talk about the phone incident down in Florida, because I was thinking about that when I listened to a couple of podcasts where him and Chris Connors were talking about that incident. And he said there was 90 lines on my phone, and we erased all of them, but we left 4 that had all of these numbers. But he's saying that all 90 of them had just a combination of these letters, which was the first letters of all of their names. But then why did you erase 90 lines and only leave 4? Because that tells me that all the rest didn't back up the story that you needed, the 4 that you saved that showed the letters that you needed it to be. And the fact that you're claiming that, well, we didn't butt dial it, well, then you should have done an experiment where you go back out there and you set the phones up on a tree limb, and then you walk away and you wait for a while and see if maybe something texts your phone while it's sitting on a tree limb. Do several experiments that proves that it's not you butt dialing it inside your pocket. But you never do anything. But man, you've got a fantastic story of how Bigfoot not only is texting your phone, it knows the 26-letter alphabet of the English language.
Yeah, and it's coded, it's the anagram of everyone's first letter of their name that's going there in the swamp and stuff. I think it's fantasy. Everything else is 90 something rock thrones have been thrown at him, 90 something rock thrones at that time. It's pretty fantasy filled, and I think that we're going to see more of it. And I think you do point out a good point that he probably feels comfortable with you guys because maybe you didn't call him out as first, because he seems to continue to make up stories or enhance or edit what happens, or the thermal hits and stuff. Like he's mixing like stuff that actually happens with stuff that didn't happen, or exaggerating stuff that really did happen to make it seem like there was more that happened to him. And
well, have you ever heard him? You've probably listened to it enough now where you've listened to him talk, and he'll say things like, we're going to go over there, and they're up on the mountain, and they're hanging up there on the mountain. And just the way he enunciates words is it's almost like he's got a 6th or 7th grade education. And I can't figure out how somebody that dumb is getting over on that many people.
It's what it is. Sometimes the stupider it is to believe, it just works. It's simpler and stuff. So yeah, he kind of, he's not proficient out in the field, right? He's not proficient at anything, right? So what is he proficient at? He's proficient at talking.
How many times have you heard him tell a story and he'll repeat something over and over? He'll be like, so it was really, 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 really scary. And he repeats something like 5 or 6 or 8 times. To me, it just seems like he's not very bright, but he's enjoying being the center of attention. Being the center of attention, this is probably more attention than he's ever gotten in his life, and he's not going to give that up. So if the lies have gotten him where he's at now, the lies are going to continue.
Another reason is when he's storytelling, he's lying, so he's not able to put the story together correctly off of memory. He has to make up stuff, so it's like he stumbles across words. He flat out, when he sometimes asks questions, he spaced out.
Have you heard him talk about the Natari?
No.
Okay, he claimed to be under a meditation or a trance. And he had a Bigfoot come to him in his trance, and it had a dreadlock over its eyes, and it was dark, and a name came to me. It was Natari, and then I woke up, and it becomes a word, because now he's working on his mental telepathy with these things. But it's a Bigfoot that that said its name was Natari, and he goes, and so a friend told me, you know what Natari means, right? Natari means it's an Indian princess who a pope made into a saint, and all this other stuff. And so I looked it up, and no, that's not true. But there was an Indian. But listen, there was an Indian princess named Katari. That means he looked it up beforehand, came up with that name. He just didn't remember it correctly.
Oh, so the actual history story of Qatar is right, but
because he goes, I've never said that name before in my life. I had no idea it could mean that. But the fact is, a name similar to that is exactly that story, named Qatari. And it was an Indian princess. And so that means he did look it up, tried to find a name that he could use and put this story together. He's just not smart enough to write it down correctly. And he said Nutari instead of Qatari.
that's not surprising, honestly. The more I see from him, and we got a last little clip ready to go of him. And again, this is more of Missouri stuff.
This is now real. Was there a moment for you that, because I know mine was that one hike I got 11,000 views on. That to me, that was everything. And everything else is minimal to that. But what was that one thing?
My first night in Missouri when I went. I see. I was a believer at that moment in time, but after that first night in Missouri, I knew that something was living in the forest with us. They were real. I saw them on FLIR that night. They were popping their head. One was popping its head off. And I was sleeping in the tent and that night, and I heard step by step, not like thunder steps, not like Godzilla was coming at me, but something was creeping. It would take a soft step, like you were going to scare somebody and you're creeping up on them. And then another foot follows. And then all of a sudden it's right next to the tent, right next to the tent. And I knew if I looked up, whatever was there, I was going to see it because we had the rain gear off and I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to look at it. And that's what I was there for, to experience this stuff. It came down to me and it huffed right on the side of my face through the tent. I felt the warmth there on the side of my face. I mean, look at the goosebumps on I tell the same story. Everybody's heard it a million times. But that was the eye opener for me that night because I sat in that tent and shook for about 15 minutes. Couldn't even say anything. I was white as a ghost.
Okay.
And then I had to go outside 15 minutes after it happened and by myself. And let
me ask.
It still freaks me out.
One important question. Were you by any chance camping with Sawdust Beast that night?
Nope. No, this was in Missouri.
You weren't with Mark or Larry?
No, I want to go out with Mark and Larry. I love them guys.
Because that's something they would do to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Felt the warmth of its breath. God, he loves that story. And I think that this is a point for us to expose because it's so memorable for him. It's important for him, and yet it's a hoax. It's built on a lie, and it's one that could be exposed. And I think it needs to be because he's very proud of it.
Well, what I'd like is for everyone to think logically on what I'm about to say. He goes, I was shaking for like 10 or 15 minutes, man. I couldn't do nothing. Well, the fact is, he was able to pull back the covers, get off of his cot, walk across the tent and stand there because that's when Shane saw him. And Shane says, why didn't you wake me up? Because I was shaking too bad. What the hell does that mean? You clearly could get up out of the bed. That didn't wake Shane up at all. You know, the Bigfoot coming up to the corner didn't wake Shane up at all. But you could have actually walked over to wake Shane up, but you claim you couldn't because you were shaking too much. Shaking too much doesn't sound like a reason to not wake somebody up when you clearly are able to walk and move around in the tent. But when Shane asked you why, you're only because that's a dumb man's response. He's showing himself to be a dumb man. He can't think quick on his feet. So because I was shaking too much, that's ignorant.
Yeah. There's a number of times where he fumbles around and he because he's lying and stuff. It's not happening and stuff. It's not like when you actually experience stuff, you get excited, like it's burnt into your memory. Like you don't fumble around. You don't have to come up with words and come up with the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I think that we see that easily with him.
Well, you know what?
That story and several others with yours, and we're going to continue to see that.
You're going to like this one. One of the most exciting things that happened to date out there at the 400 was when we approached that little one in the field, that juvenile hiding in deep grass in the field. And it was me, Shane, and the biologist who had just arrived that night. Chris Reinhardt is so full of fear. He's back at camp, stoking the campfire up to the size of a bonfire. And he was asking if somebody would take him up so that he could sleep in one of the cars way at the top of the property, because he was just afraid. He was like, I fear, I've got the heebie-jeebies. There's something bad going to happen. Those are the kind of things he would say as a 50-year-old man. I got the heebie-jeebies, and I got the feeling something bad's going to happen. Well, he wasn't going to leave camp. And so he was in the tent, hiding in the tent with a bonfire going that he had set up himself, while we went out and had the best experience of our life with a biologist beside us, where we approached the little one out in the field. So he'll miss something fantastic because of his ridiculousness. And the fact, Shane said he could take the Polaris and drive him own self up to the car. He couldn't even do that. He was afraid to even drive a Polaris by himself up to the car where he could sleep in the safety of a car. So he tucked away in the tent while we all went out.
I'm not sure if he could operate that Polaris or not. I don't think he could.
I don't know.
If it's an automatic, probably. But if it's not, no.
Yeah. So
my gut feeling with him and stuff. And I think that's true. It's because he's so scared out there. How can any of his evidence be rational and stuff? It's not. And I think anyone who goes out there continues to see this frightened state of him has to question or not the validity of what he presents in the stories he's telling, especially the new ones he's adding, like the Blue Phoenix Light of Missouri and all this other stuff, the shadow Bigfoots now, and anything's possible.
From a guy with one eye a guy with one eye and three eye surgeries is seeing shadows now. So I'm sure he's seeing shadows. He's probably seeing all kinds of glares and shadows, and that's probably where the UFOs are coming from.
But because he has the gift of gab, he talks really good. He plays host good. He can interview and listen to people and form some questions. He's put on a pedestal now. A lot of people gravitate towards that, and it's built on lies. Maybe some people are comfortable with it. Some people think it's okay. He's really legit, but we know the truth that it's lies and fantasies, and I just can't stand it. But I can't imagine how long it's going to be until people really realize this, because you would think that this would be a no-brainer. This especially would be a no-brainer, but people seem to gravitate towards fantasy in our Bigfoot community instead of the truth, because the truth hurts. The truth is hard, and
and it's
unfortunate.
Yeah, because it's very few incidents between long stretches of boring. So, but there is a couple of things. I've been doing a deep dive on all of his podcasts because I'm trying to pull stuff out that shows all of his lies, and so I'm seeing things now that just blow my mind. He was being asked questions. He doesn't even understand when he's being asked a question. That's how dumb he is. One of the podcast host guys was talking about Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin. Well, he was talking about Roger Patterson, and he was like, Roger Patterson's really been run through the ringer, and he asked Chris about it, and Chris goes into this long diatribe talking about, and you can tell that Chris is talking about Bob Gimlin, because he throws in, I've seen the guy and he seems really humble, and so he's talking about Bob Gimlin, who's still alive. And the other guy, the guy was asking him a question about Roger Patterson, who has passed away. And then there was another host who asked him, he was like, so what do you think, Chris? Do you think these things can see in color? Purples and blues and red. And then so you can see the dumb look on Chris's face. And then he goes into this long diatribe talking about, I think they can see in the dark. They can see in the dark because when I was in Missouri and they did this, and the guy goes, I didn't ask you if they could see in the dark. I asked you if they could see colors. That's why I mentioned the colors. And that's just to give you an idea. He really is dumb.
I'm not surprised with that. Yeah.
He'll talk and talk and talk until the host forget what even question he asked.
I've seen that when he got asked if he got zapped or with infrasound, and he took about a minute to figure out if he ever did or didn't. and then of course went into a story, and it was kind of like that too. Like, so did you or didn't you? And it's the
Well,
character
another
that
one.
he is. You know?
There's
This is what
only
he is.
there's
He's
o-
trying to play something that he's not.
Yeah, there's only one more question that comes to mind that a host asked him, and the host said, "So, what would it mean to you, Chris, to have this encounter? This close-up encounter. What would it mean to you?" So he was asking him an in-depth personal question about what would go on inside your mind about what it would mean to you. And to Chris, the question just goes over his head. So he goes into a long, that's what I really want. I really want one to just come in and sit next to me at the fire and take a Snickers from my hand. And you could just see the host is like, I didn't ask you that. I asked you what it means to you. So he doesn't even understand when you ask him a good question, because he can't hear. He only hears what he wants to hear.
I think it's the delusional thinking. It's the fantasy. They're producing their own stuff. So like everything's fantasy, man. Everything's fantasy. So,
and I can't understand. I can't understand Doug Hijinks. I'm gonna call him Hijinks, to have Chris up there at Snell Grove and knowing how afraid Chris was in our situation, to where he would sleep in a car somewhere else because he was too afraid to be here, but too afraid to even drive a Polaris to go up there. So that's how afraid we're talking. So when they had something happen outside the cabin, supposedly, and if Chris was sleeping next to the wall, and then the same guy in the room with Chris claims that a ghost sat on the foot of his bed, and they have no idea. He didn't open his mouth and say, "Hey, is that a ghost at the foot of my bed, or does that happen to be you, Chris?" He doesn't. He's got a nice ghost story now, and Chris, they have a great story of Bigfoot's outside the cabin. But I'm telling you right now, that ghost sitting on his bed was Chris's ass sitting on the bed, because he didn't want to be next to the wall with a Bigfoot on the other side of the wall.
Probably. And it's some fishy stuff like that. And it really makes me question those who hang out with him and, kind of give him validity in such ways when his foundation is built on lies, continual lies, and stuff like that. Hey, Mr. Robert Kreider, see you in chat. If you're able to come on and stuff, if you want to talk about Chris Reinhardt's involvement on your expedition and stuff, we talked a little bit about that. But of course, the word from your mouth would be a lot more golden than what we're saying. But he was a part of that Chris Connor from Florida was on that trip too, and I think they gave Robert some problems, nagging him and stuff like that. But they never gave their details on the story, because I think it would expose their character, which you guys experienced. I think Robert experienced. I think some other people probably are going to experience this too. I have a feeling, at least those who are not drinking his Kool-Aid that he has for sale for them, because he is a good salesman. He's built up quite a following, and he's on a big pedestal that he definitely doesn't want to fall down from. So I can go ahead. Oh, well, go ahead.
I was just saying, I can go ahead and just sign off. I mean, I already said my piece on what was already said about him. I know Chris probably watched this. He pretends like he doesn't, but he does. I just want him to shut his trap, because I don't want him. His stink has rubbed off on me, and I'm mad at myself for allowing it to happen. I allowed it to happen when the first red flag that I had with him, I didn't boot him down the road kicking rocks. Red flags. When I see red flags on people, it has served me well. Because look what we're putting up with now, because we didn't red flag his ass off the property when it started happening.
I think that answers this question is in the long run, it affects things, by not calling him out when you guys needed to. I guess when it first happened and stuff, it causes a lot of stuff. Now he's telling lies that happened in Missouri with you guys. Of course, he goes on with Robert Kreider.
Well, I'm going to answer
like
Joe
he's
Parker.
All high and mighty.
I'm going to answer Joe Parker,
and,
who just.
It's the continual line of fantasy that he's involving with other people that's going to cause to crash and burn, as you see from you guys and other people he's been involved with.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to answer Joe Parker, who just said something about losing your mind about Chris Reinhardt. Well, first of all, Chris Reinhardt spent at least a couple of years with us out there. And every time he tells a lie about what happened out there, rubs off on us. That's why I'm losing my mind about it. So I'm trying to get him to shut up talking about us. That's what I wish he would do, but he won't, because that's the only time he ever had real Bigfoot activity. So Joe Parker, you can take that to Chris Reinhardt and tell him for me.
And you know that I think that's the gist of it. You know, he's lying, he's hoaxing, he's telling a story about being huffed at and being blown at by hot air from a Bigfoot that snuck up to the tent, while Randy had a recorder 20, 15 feet away that would have picked up everything. It's a lie. It's not real. And I think the repercussion is
the greatest tracker. And the greatest tracker.
Yeah, and Shane's right there to track. And the point is, you know, when you're having someone who's in your group and you're friends with them and you have these issues that come up, it's hard to navigate because you're friends with them, or there's, I would say, political ties and stuff, and then, in the end, it's no benefit to you guys, even though you guys wanted to play the high road and be nice to Chris and stuff like that. It bit you guys a bit in the ass. And of course, he's gone on to do other stuff, and you guys are dealt with, some of the stories that he says with you are hoax. And, so you guys do feel bad. And it is an issue because he's going on and he's continuing these lies and he's evolving.
Well, I just want everybody to know the reason Chris left. He left after he got in an argument with Shane. He called Shane on the phone and said, and I think this was after the interview that he did with Sawdust Beast, where they said, "Hey, Randy's the audio and thermal expert, and Shane's the expert tracker. What do you bring to the table?" And Chris was like, Chris doesn't bring anything to the table. Yeah. Well, it was after that Chris called Shane and said, "Hey, I thought this was going to be about me and you. It seems to be more about you and Randy." And he escalated an argument over the phone until that was it. He never came back out there after that. He was trying to subvert me down to something to where he could elevate himself and push me down, even though I was just trying to be a researcher and do what I do. He, on the other hand, brought nothing to the table and was trying to use conversations behind the curtains with Shane to kind of push me down, because he didn't like the fact that me and Shane were getting more attention than him and Shane. That shows a very juvenile, immature person.
That's all he has, though. See, that's that talking. That's all he can do. He can't do anything else but talk behind your back, talk behind other people's back. I mean, that's it. And it works. So the talking on the phone, you can have 2-hour conversation with this guy. And a lot of people will say, "Oh my God, he's awesome. We agreed on everything." That don't mean shit. You don't judge a book by its cover, right? Just because it's shiny, the words are nice.
When Shane tells me how many times Chris would just light him up on the phone, it reminded me when I was watching the podcast with Doug Hijinks, and he was talking about Chris, and he goes, "Yeah, I have to reserve 30 or 40 minutes out of every day for Chris when he calls me." So I just had to laugh, because he does with whoever he's with the same thing he did back with Shane, trying to be his number one guy by wrapping him up and taking all of his attention and trying to weasel his way into being the side man to, his right hand man. And that's what he's done all along with everybody.
Yeah. Here's a good question: is how does Chris get into the 400 KX expedition, Stell Grove, and what have been the 168 part 2? I believe is because Chris actually got into the 400, and it was because of that propelled him to other stuff. It was because of the 400. You guys had some documentaries. He was on TV. It was a Terror in the Woods or something, maybe some other ones. You guys had the 400 documentary that was put out that he was in. So he had some stardom, of course, and then he started doing his own show, started doing interviews, which is just talking, right? And then he got invited, I believe, to it would have been talking to Carrie to 168 part 2, which a lot of people would have got invited. And I think that, again, Chris would have been exposed at that, because he's not going to go out in the Florida swamp at night and doing all this during during the day when it's hot out. Once on the KX expedition, he actually did get exposed, and Robert did talk about that on his expeditions, part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4, especially, where Chris and some others called people to pick them up hours before they were ready. It miscommunication and could have put themselves at jeopardy and waste other people's time and effort, resources, stuff like that. When they're not in charge, they don't really know what the fuck they're doing, and they've never been there. They don't know where they're going on this mountain, and yet they think they're trying to run stuff. Too many Indian chiefs, not enough Indians. And then the newest thing is, of course, he's got hooked up with Untold Radio, Doug Highcheck. He went to Snail Grove, and apparently they've had ghost encounters, Bigfoot outside the cabin. And, the problem is, it sounds like a good place, but when you have Chris there, it doesn't add to anything, especially when Chris is going to get exposed further, because this is how he is. He's all talk. And then when people's all talk, that's the only thing they can do. So when they're actually in the field, they have to talk to make up stuff of why they can't go out during nighttime, why they have to do this. And then they're not in the field doing what they've been talking about for months about doing. They have to make an excuse of why they're not doing that now. It's Super Bowl time, right? It's time to show up and play. You've been talking about it all year. Now it's time to play. And these people will not play. And I've seen that at the 168. I think we've experienced that with Chris Reinhardt and stuff, showing with the KX expedition, where, talking a big game, having interviews, everyone was pumped. And then he gets there and it's like, it's too cold. It's too hot during the day. It's too cold. We're walking too much. It's like, you guys talked about training and stuff. And it's like, talk. It's fantasy. Don't mean shit. And I think this is what we're experiencing. And I think, honestly, as a community, as people, as researchers and people you want to listen to and follow, you need to make the judgment call of who's real, who's not, and if it's worth your time of the real research that you want to listen to, or if it's just a nice story that, you don't mind sipping coffee to. It's not real, though.
And clearly, I think Joe Parker is probably, a lapdog for Chris over here, and that's okay. But you tell Chris we still got that video where he took the camera and went off by himself for about 45 minutes and talked to the camera about what his issues are. We've got that, and it's awesome. He was a babbling, crying idiot, and Shane had him do that because Shane was about to boot him. So, he took the camera and was trying to explain why he was off the charts, anxiety filled, and couldn't even function properly. So we've got that, and it's going to be awesome. So why don't you just, Joe Parker, why don't you go on back? You tell Chris that he needs to stop mentioning Missouri unless he can go to another Missouri location, because I'm tired of hearing his lies, and it's going to all come out, and he's going to be embarrassed.
I think it is. So this, actor, because that's what he is. He's an actor, should get exposed because he's ruining the stuff that he's getting invited to, and he's taking up the seat of someone else. Like, other people could have went to the KX expedition. I wish I could have went. I know if I would have went with Chris and other people, when we were fucking waiting and stuff, why glamorize the whole expedition and training when you didn't do anything? You clearly didn't train at all. Like, if you take it seriously, take it seriously. And I think that's what we need. We have too many couch potatoes, and we don't take it seriously enough.
I'm sure in
retrospect, we have the rise of people like Chris, because you don't need to take it seriously enough to be able to get ahead.
Well, I'm sure in retrospect, Robert Kreider wishes you would have went instead of Chris. So
a lot of people could have been a lot better and stuff. And I think we're finding out the hard way. So I'm glad to have you on. We're going to jump on to the next subject. And if there's any last comments you want to make about Chris and when can we expect to see the video or videos that you might come out with?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm leaving then.
All right. You have a good night then. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate Randy, and I hope everyone appreciate his his backstory, his opinion on everything. It's a good. It's a key point that we need. It's a key point that we need and stuff to realize that Chris is full of shit. He's an actor. He talks good. He can interview good, whatever. It's full of fantasy. If you guys want to believe that, pay attention. You want to give him money, throw money at it, go ahead. There's nothing wrong with that. I just want you guys to kind of realize that people are full of fantasy lies. He's lying. He's making up stuff. He's hoaxing. Every time he does that, he mentions the Missouri boys, the 400. He's trashing them, because he's making up lies that didn't happen. And it's ridiculous, and it's tolerated because what? He talks nice? Because his book cover is shiny? His book cover looks nice? So we should judge a book by its cover because it sounds good, but when you actually open the pages, you realize that it's not what it says on the cover. So, and we strongly encourage you to go watch interviews that Chris gives and that he is in, so that you can judge for yourself some of the stuff that we've brought up, and maybe you can figure things out. Maybe you decide that we're full of shit, we're wrong, and that's your opinion, that's your right. I'm okay with that. All right, so let's move on to next little subject, a little tidbit of stuff going on. Been going on for a while, and that's with the person who calls himself Wolf. He's a pretty tough guy, so he gets that nickname 100%, Wolf. So let's make sure we honor that. And let's hear what he kind of says. I don't know the full story. I'm not on the inside group of either of these people or issues or network of people and friends and stuff. But I've seen some interviews and stuff, and it's been heated over the last couple months. I know Josh has been seems like always been in drama and stuff. Nothing but drama and drama and drama from a little bit of research I've been doing. And actually one of his very first podcasts that he has on YouTube is mentioning drama. So let's hear what he has to say this time.
Hey folks, how you doing? Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. Oh, we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to do tonight. So let's get started. We got a late start. No surprise there. Because honestly, folks, I'm in the middle of being attacked again, like always. So people never get tired talking about this guy's a man of integrity. If he was, he would put a stop to this, but he won't do that. Do it. You can stop her if you really wanted to, but you're not. So you know what? You're involved. You were involved. There is no peace. Let's quit pretending. I don't care if you say my name. Go and start making rants and do whatever you got to do. There's no peace.
He could get her under control because she's in love with him. So
she's in love with him.
She does whatever he says.
You could get her under control, and you could end the suffering.
Fat geriatric Harley Quinn looking wannabe.
It's like that scene in Cyborg where he's like, we could end the suffering. I like the suffering. We could end the pain. I like the pain. Go to hell. Been there. That's him. That's you, dude. That's what you want. You wanted to pretend like you weren't doing anything wrong and get me to say the first whatever. I don't give a crap at this point.
All right, so I think this is just a complete joke, honestly. The suffering and all this crap about war and talking about issues and stuff because you and other people have dramas and stuff. I think it's pretty hilarious, honestly, and it's good for the views and stuff. Obviously, if you guys take a look or are in on it, I guess him and Abnormal Investigations, I believe, have been at it for a couple months. I don't know the exact real details. I know there's some family issues and a bunch of stuff going on, and it's like, okay, well, but I find the responses from this particular individual who calls himself Wolf very, very interesting and stuff, and I'd like to point that out because to me, there's some red flags going off, some radar is going off, and maybe the other dude has his own issues and stuff, and we can go there if need be, but we're going over here first, and with Mr. Josh Turner, Mr. Wolf, as he calls himself. And he's been doing this for a couple years, stuff, a lot of drama filled stuff. Like one of the very first podcasts he does on YouTube is he mentions the same stuff, like dealing with people and dealing with drama and dealing with war, you know, as if it's, you know, he's really like fucking beating up on people and dealing with fucking shit that is actual suffering and war and heartache, you know, which is, you know, fantasy land bullshit. You know, it might be drama, it might be annoying, but you know what you can do is you can turn your phone off and you can block people. And oh, you know, they were making up fake accounts and blowing up on his chat and stuff. It's hard, you know, it's hard when, you know, you got a big channel and you have all this stuff in your chats rolling and stuff. Boo hoo, I guess, you know, but hey, you know, I'm not him, so let's just keep a look. Maybe it's hard. Maybe it's really hard doing this the battle, the warfare and stuff. Yeah, it's Josh Wolf Turner. Its key name is Wolf. That's what he goes by. That's what he likes to go by. That's what he's had for long before the podcasting days. So let's respect that, because that is his unique character signature. All right, so I believe I have all the videos I have lined up, and you guys can watch basically any of his podcasts, and I'm pretty sure you'll just find one of them, two of them, three of them, most likely all of them, especially if he's solo by himself. He'll be talking about drama that he's in or causing or suffering or which have you. Let's just continue on. Let's continue on some more stuff. I don't know. Let's see if do you think he's lying and stuff when he says stuff like this? Do you think he's believable? I don't know. Let's just hear what he has to say. Let's see if it's plausible or not, right? I think some of you guys are sports fans, right? You guys have been watching the football and all that, right? I think you guys can judge for yourself how realistic this is right here.
Mm-hmm. And just that team was incredible, man. They were just phenomenal.
Yeah. Yeah, Larry Allen, he set the 225 bench record.
Yep.
And I actually tried to break it. He had hit 42 times.
Dang.
And I did it 39, and I never could do it. And then the other day I was in there with Anthony. What was it 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I did it 43.
Did you really?
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. 43. And didn't want to post it on anything because my wife would have killed me, because she thinks that I'm going to, like, I'm fragile or something. I don't know, like I'm going to hurt myself or something, you know. But I told her, I'm like, I'm pretty strong. I don't really, you know, I had Barton work out with me and Chris Clough. They've come into town and worked out with me. I've taken them to the gym and they've seen what I've done. Now, I did post a video of me doing 660 with flies. So, but I'm afraid to try to do too much, and then my wife she'll get on me.
You guys ever notice how much bling he has on? He has a ring on almost every finger. He has a ring for every finger. He is quite comical. I don't know. The bench. What do you guys think about that? You guys think that's real? Do you think he benched 225 pounds that many times? Do you think he did that? Or do you think he's full of shit? Of course he didn't videotape it. He didn't post it anywhere because what was his excuse again? His wife's something about being fragile. His wife didn't want him to, or you know. Let's hear it from him again, because you know why not? If you're a guy and you're fucking benching, and if you know, unless you really don't want to boast and stuff, you know, I think most average guys who accomplish a good feat, especially weightlifting or something that make them feel strong, and they have the opportunity to videotape it and stuff, you know, I'm sure they're going to, right? That's kind of what we do, kind of what, you know, especially in the gym and stuff, you know, it's on record. I mean, it's kind of something you would maybe possibly do, being a content creator and thinking it would be good content to show all these people that you're in warfare with, that you're suffering against, that, you know, you're fucking pretty badass. And it's like, look what I could do. Now it's your turn. And, but you know, we don't see that. So let's hear this excuse again. Let's now remember, is this real or is this fantasy? Is this a lie or is this not? Because he asked his buddy or the associate, I don't know how their relationship, the dude across from who's been doing this for years with him, to confirm it, to confirm the story. So is the story real or not? Because if it's not, then they're both lying. They're both lying to your face, right? So which is it? What's going on here?
Mm-hmm. And just that team was incredible, man. They were just phenomenal.
Yeah. Yeah. Larry Allen, he set the 225 bench record.
Yep.
And I actually tried to break it. He had hit 42 times.
Dang.
And I did it 39, and I never could do it. And then the other day I was in there with Anthony. What was it, 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I did it 43.
Did you really?
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. 43. And didn't want to post it on anything because my wife would have killed me, because she thinks that I'm going to, like, I'm fragile or something. I don't know, like I'm going to hurt myself or something, you know. But I told her, I'm like, I'm pretty strong. I don't really, you know, I had Barton work out with me and Chris Clough. They've come into town and worked out with me. I've taken them to the gym and they've seen what I've done. Now, I did post a video of me doing 660 with flies. So, but I'm afraid to try to do too much, and then my wife she'll get on me.
The king with all his bling right there. That man, as a man who can bench 225 that many times, 43 times, right? He beat the record by 43 times. You guys think it's real? The reason why he didn't post it or videotape it is because his wife would have killed him, because she thinks that he is fragile. What does that mean? I have no fucking idea what the fuck that means. That means that you fucking didn't do it, is what the fuck that means. I'm not sure what man accomplishes a bench feat that he's been wanting to do all his life and then says, yes, honey, I'm not going to bench it because you think I'm fragile or something. I'm not going to post it. I'm not going to brag about it. I find it interesting. I think it's just a little small lie. You know, it's not huge, right? It's not, but it's not necessary, right? If this is a lie, it's not necessary to tell, right? Why are you lying, right? Why are you implicating someone else is in your lie? Can you prove it? You know, now you both are lying. It's like, and I think the more that you watch, you'll probably pick up on this stuff, and we got some more stuff to show, particularly of some lying and stuff. But I think there's some stories in there mixed in while he's fidgeting all his bling, his ring on each, and his thumbs too. He has thumb rings too as a dude and stuff. I find that interesting. You know, he's put a little king crown on him and stuff because he kind of seems like him, you know, he's trying to be that or something. You know, if he needs a crown, you know, he got all the bling on his hands and stuff. He got the chains. Like, what else is what else is he doing? I mean, if you're into that, it's cool and stuff. You know, hey, you know, I'm sure it costs some money and you want to show it off, and you always got to be fragile and be careful that you don't throw it and break it and stuff. But hey, I got to be careful. He could full blown bench me. And I mean, probably I'm actually only, I haven't weighed myself in about 2 weeks, but I was 203. So I'm actually not that heavy. So apparently he probably could bench me that many times. I'm actually not that heavy and stuff. I'm getting in shape, losing weight. And, but anyways, you know, don't need to brag. Don't need to talk about that stuff. Right. Because, you know, the character that Josh plays, that Wolf plays, I kind of feel like is this tough guy, you know, that no nonsense. And, you know, I fucking get into people's shit. And, you know, we go to war. And he says that himself enough that, you know, I'm not kind of sure what kind of war you could have over the computer with some keyboards and through a stream live chat and stuff, but the harassment and stuff, harassment that they're facing. So let's hear some more from Mr. 225 43 times. Now remember, that's nonstop. That's nonstop repping them out, right? Okay.
If we do that, then I'm not up here tempted to say something to these maniac, satanic people who are constantly attacking us. So, and it might give them a reason to just back off and leave us alone, because what they really want, and I know what everybody says, don't give them what they want, but I'm tired of it, and I'm tired of fighting with people, and if it's not financially feasible for me to come out here, then I'm just not going to do it. I mean, because I'm fighting with these people, and what they really want is for me to not do a live. They don't want me to be on the live stream. They want me to go away. And I think once we do that too, and you see what you're left with, maybe people will then understand. And it's not going to be any skin off my nose, because, I got businesses to run. I could be, the time I'm spending working on this show to get these stories and to do what I got to do and bring guests on, it could be better spent. I could be spending today, I could have had a business meeting with someone. Instead, I was like working on the show. And you got to understand something. For me, it comes down to, you're losing thousands of dollars every month to do this, which is, it's not really, it doesn't make sense financially. Let's put it that way. So you're kind of going like, well, you got to balance it out. Most shows, we're not even breaking even on what we should, on the time that we're losing. Like, as soon as the show's over, Anthony's got to go to work. But in the meantime, somebody has to be paid to do his job. Tony's not here tonight because Tony's at work. And, that there again, he loses money if he comes and does the show. So, I mean, he can go to work and make $350 in a night. So why would he want to do this when he's making like not even 100? That's my problem. That's the crux of the issue. Now, these other people can take it and run with it and say whatever the hell they want to say. They're not us. They're not me. And they don't know what we're dealing with and what we're going through.
You're right. I don't. I do this for fun. I do this for educational purposes. I don't do this for money. I don't fucking wait. I don't start the stream and then wait 20 minutes of intro to wait for people to come on and or demand that I'm not going to start talking until there's 300 people in chat. And then, grovel on until there's 300 people in chat before you start your show of actual information, because this channel is about education, exposing the fakeness that is all over the community, valuing the truth more than anything, because that's it. You shouldn't value men as much as the truth. That was a quote from I believe Plato that was in my thumbnail. Another quote is, if the truth shall kill them, let them die. If the truth shall kill it, let it die. And we value the truth here because as a Bigfoot researcher and stuff, and as partial Native American and fascinated with Native American culture, the word Sabe is the representation for Bigfoot in the Algonquin linguistic tribes. It means honesty. The Bigfoot representation for literally honesty, it's Bigfoot. I don't know how much more ridiculous can we get about how important it probably is. Honesty is represented by Sabe, by Bigfoot, in the seven grandfather teachings of the Algonquin linguistic tribes, because there's a few different tribes. Usually it's associated with the Ojibwe tribe from northern Canada and Michigan. But the Chippewa, the Potawatomi, I believe the Cree, and there's the Algonquin tribe, actually named Algonquin. They all believe the same stuff, honesty, right? That's why we value here more than anything else is honesty. And when we see people who are not honest, who are lying, when they don't need to lie, and presenting themselves as something more than they're not, I think it's important to expose them. I think it's important to understand that possibly, if everyone's believing in the woo stuff, if Bigfoot means honesty, then, you should probably be as honest as you can in this subject, because maybe that is what's going to take you somewhere far. Just my thought. I think it's important, if we're going to be honest about stuff. I think it's a good representation of where we need to go from here and value that more than men. I value the truth more than men, than that person, than that story. I'm sorry. Than that friendship, because the truth is more important. Now, it might be hard. It's not going to be easy, but I think the truth is of higher value, and we have to fight for that. And if it dies, then let it die. So that's what we get here. That's what we're doing here. This channel, we don't really hold back at some of the stuff. And, I don't have problems with Josh or anything. Maybe I guess I might have some problems now. I'm just calling out some bullshit and just this drama, this stupidness, the acting, the fantasy side of this whole shebang. Like, it's shenanigans that is just constantly going on. And it's kind of ridiculous, especially when this particular entity who constantly does that, and of course gets emails and does stories and you don't know if they're real or not, and sometimes have guests on and stuff. But when it comes to reality, putting out actual evidence, going out in the field and doing real stuff, it's a big difference than hosting a show and reading emails and causing fights, getting into fights, saying you're sorry, not sorry, being sorry, pieces on, pieces off, whatever. Like, what the fuck does that mean? You have a peace treaty with some other channel and people, and you're going to war now. And like, you want to talk about being ridiculous and being childlike and fantasy storytelling? That's pretty up there. All right. So I think I have to jump over here, and we got to download a little bit of something over here first, and then we can show you guys the next clip. I think that is not the next clip then. Trying to figure out, this is another video that I had some issues downloading. So we did that. I'm going to play this one.
Anybody who wants to keep this war going, stay the hell away from me. Okay? I'm a man of my word. And I gave this man, whether he's honorable or not in your eyes, isn't for us to judge. That's between him and God, like I told him yesterday. I said we both have to stand before God for what we've done and said. I will, he will, and everybody here in this chat, everybody listening, everybody who listens to this, you will have to do that. Whether you believe it or not, that's what's going to happen. You're going to have to, and I'm going to have to sit there with a long list of things and tell God, I did those things. I said these things. Bear false witness. What I did and what Mike has done is bearing false witness. I did that because I went on someone's word that told me this, and I said, yeah, I believe that this happened. But when you're so angry, there's no but. It was just being angry and prideful and saying mean, nasty things because I was angry. And then Mike retaliated by saying mean, nasty things and bearing false witness. We both did it. Okay? I'm guilty of it. The one thing Rhonda said that was true was that we were both acting like children. And I took that to heart. You were right about that, Rhonda. But the other thing, though, you have to understand, and this is a but to you, you have stoked the flames severely. Severely. You want your brother gone. Like, I don't know, you have a passion for hating that guy like I have never seen. And you may...
And he starts getting into whatever drama is unfolding, the actual drama of the stuff, some family issues and some other people manipulating people and all this other stuff that I'm not going to get onto because I'm not involved into it. Not really what I thought was interesting. I thought the character of Mr. Wolf is that he lies a little bit and tells some fantasy stuff. He gets in a lot of drama. Not very... it's not very good for our community to grow in and stuff when we have people like this. And it's been around for years and stuff. You know, a lot of people, I think, have their own stories and have dealt with this type of individual. And it's, he also uses, you know, Christianity and God a lot, and to like, he's all over the place. You know, sometimes he's, you know, at war with his people, then he's, you know, forgiving, and then they're, you know, at peace, and, you know, he's all over the place. And, you know, it's not, he doesn't stand on any one ground and for any long time, seems like, with any of his issues that he has going on. So I'm not really sure why he needs to say all that kind of stuff. So let's get on to the next video. I'm going to present it over here. Should be this one.
To their channel so they can see it. Hey, Deborah Hatswell, how you doing? Sorry that these maniacs are doing what they're doing. So what we're dealing with here, I'm not going to pay. Just, you know, folks have been bombarding me with messages, and I'm very thankful for the support. But you know, right now I want to talk about a couple things. We're trying to get the board game. Get it. We have it done. Technically, it's done. We have a good friend of ours that's helping us work on it, and he'll be coming down this next weekend and then going over some things that should finalize it, and then we'll go into the production phase. So if anybody's wanting to donate to help out with that, or if you're wanting to be like, you know, invest in it, because I think it's going to do really well, then let me know, and we can. Sorry, people. I'm getting bombarded with messages, not just with my work and my job, but people from the show who are asking me if I want help. Okay, I guess I need to address.
So yeah, that's another thing. Is where was that comment right here? Is the money? Is Roundtable was quitting for a week, $2,000. He wasn't going to quit. Is the money issue? You know, it's constantly just getting money, getting donations, and it seems like it is nothing but as the Nana Boss puts it. Let me get this out of here. It's a culty business model and stuff. It's raking in the money and stuff. You can see he spends his money on his bling rings. Yeah, he usually has them on. And he talks about you know, he talks about money a lot, and he talks about how the drama is affecting everything. And you know, whatever, dude. You know, if it's either money's a big issue and it's affecting everything, or it's not, you don't need to worry about the money. You know, which is it? I don't know. He's all over the fucking place. Pretty much, you know, it's all about the money. And if you're all about the money, then that's all you're going to promote and do. That's all you're going to grift for and beg for. And you know, hey, you know, I'm all for investment. If I came up with a fucking board game or something, I'd want people to invest it too, and I'd say the same thing. That's, I mean, good for him too. But at the same time, you know, you can't be complaining because you're in war. You know, you're in war with someone, and you got a little issues going on because you have drama because of the war. Now it's, you know, affecting your finances that you get from the channel and stuff. Like, what do you expect? What are you saying? Like, I don't get this whole mentality coming from this dude. You know, being from the streets and stuff, being from the hard fucking streets, and being from the, you know, being from that background and criminal background and stuff. He changed, man, and all that. He's all still acting hard and calls himself Wolf. Now, apparently that name is that he used back in his bad boy days and stuff. And usually what I hear is, gangsters, they have nicknames and stuff, but when they grow up, they stop using that nickname. They start using their real name because they've matured and stuff. And I think you look it up. I've heard it. You can probably, maybe you guys have heard it several times where, they stop using that boy nickname because that's what it is, that boy nickname. And he likes to, hey, I'm not about that life. I don't know, but he likes to keep his nickname and stuff. And I think some people would call him that boy nickname that he's calling himself Wolf. Which, hey, if you're calling yourself Wolf, I guess you got to be pretty tough, or you got to be able to back that up. So, hey, it works for the dog man community, I think it's kind of funny, whatever, is it true? Is it not? I don't fucking know. It's the shit he says. I think you guys need to analyze some of the stuff he says. It's not all fake and stuff. Not everything he's saying is bullshit lies, but I think some of the stuff that benching that much for reps and being all serious with this war and the drama, and it's causing all these fucking issues for him. It's like, come on now, shut the computer off, shut your phone off, turn your TV off, block people. It's not doing nothing. If you're losing sleep over it, then you're the wall that you have built up is not that strong, and it's easily broken into. You cannot withstand a siege for very long if you're so weak-minded that you let it affect you so much. And you can look through the years. I think you'll probably see that the frustration, like the dude constantly looks like he's angry all the time. I'm not sure if that's just how he looks anymore, but he constantly looks like he's grumpy. And he really comes off to me as a fake person in a lot of the ways that he goes about himself I haven't even gone into some stuff really. And I'm already seeing this stuff and getting some of these vibes, and it's this. And hey, maybe, whatever. I don't know. I personally get that. And I personally think that it's fake. Some of it's fake, grifting for money and stuff. And maybe he is all somewhat what he says he is, and changed man and all that. I have no idea. But some of the stuff I see is, to me, in my spirit, is telling me that it's not kind of the person I want to be around or hang out with and be doing this community stuff with. Even if he's a big name and all this, I don't give a shit. That don't mean nothing to me. It's the people who, the way they conduct themselves and stuff like that, I can already see. And I'm not really sure how many times he actually goes in the field and does anything either. So a lot of tough talk coming from people who live this fantasy land of going to war. I can't imagine how that is, going to war. I guess if I piss him off enough, I guess I'll experience what that warfare will look like. I'm not sure. So let's get on to the next video. It's actually a continuation of that clip.
Want help. Okay, I guess I need to address that really. I'll just address it quickly. These people are doing bad things. I'm trying not to respond. I put a post about it on my Facebook, and I don't want to do it on the show. So let's move on from that. I'm not giving them any more air or oxygen. They're literally making my life hell. But the worst part about it is, folks, is that they're attacking my wife. And if they have attacked you or messed with you, and I'm sorry, I sincerely apologize. I've gotten messages from people saying that they've said things and done things. Unfortunately, it's free country to a degree, and they have the ability to use YouTube as a platform just like I do. It's their right. We are going through hell. Okay, I'm just going to tell you that. But I'm doing everything I can to keep it together and not let these people. What am I looking for here, Anthony? I don't know. Do you want to say something? I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss.
To not let them get the best of us. Is the camera panning?
Mm-mm.
Well, anyway.
Yeah.
So, animal behavior, right? I think these things understand what we are.
I have no idea what's going on with that one. How that got made and got looped in, but it's probably why I was having some issues downloading and stuff because it seems to have added two different videos and graphics together at the same time. But the dude's always constantly stressed out and worrying about his money and worrying about his bling rings. You got to watch out for his fine rings. You know, that's where his donor dollars are probably going to work. I mean, definitely upgraded the watch from what he had. We started out with and stuff. You go back and watch, he had different.
And
watches.
I think you mentioned that nervousness.
Didn't want that. You know, and he's always constantly trying to get money and bragging about how good he lives or how good he has it. That he doesn't need the money, but he constantly needs the money. And I'm not really sure what research he does because it doesn't seem like I can find any on his channel, although I didn't look super hard enough and to dive into every single thing or his .com or whatever else kind of links and websites he has. But if you're raking in that much money constantly and you're bitching about, you know, you don't make this amount of money, so why is it justified that you stream? You got to be fucking some mighty ass horse stuck up on your high horse or something, because you know what kind of jackass complains about making money and off streams and YouTube when you know it ain't costing him money. What money does it cost him to produce anything? You know, yeah, it takes a couple hours to research, read stuff, put show together, put some graphics together and stuff. Yeah, you know, it could take a couple hours, but you know, to the point to where you know you're bitching that you know I don't want to do this unless I get money, then don't fucking do it. You don't have no passion. It's not fun for you. You know, you don't want to do this for free. You don't want to educate people for free. You know, if it's not beneficial and all you care about money, then quit and stop complaining that, you know, it's not making enough money or you need more money. It's drama or it's blah, blah, blah. What the fuck is the money even going to? What? Producing shit, having people on. Oh, I'm going to call. Hey, Nana boss, I'm going to call you, text you. Hey, you want to come on my show, give an interview? How much money did the fuck did that cost? What cost? What, 2-hour conversation, an hour conversation with the person on the phone? Scheduling an hour or 2 hours, however long the interview is that you wasted. So you waste 4 hours of your life? Fucking ain't making money. How much cost did it? Well, I'm flabbergasted. By all means, I'm in debt for millions of dollars, I guess. I'm not sure what money is he actually spending. What's he spending it on? What's he using it for? It's not, you know what, to upgrade some mics and equipment and all this and all that for what? To sound better? Hey, you know, I'm all for money. I didn't put it in the chat, but I will after the show. I'll put my own damn link in the chat, you know, pay me money and stuff. But the only difference is the big difference is I will actually use it to buy equipment and actually go out there and use it and catch stuff. Because we actually got stuff last night. Unbelievable stuff. We're about to get into that. We got one more video to show. I think when you get thousands of dollars, I don't know how the fuck much money he got, but I've been watching a couple live streams and he gets enough that, you know, if it's consistent enough, you know, why are you complaining? And you should be buying, you know, all sorts of equipment to be used, all sorts of stuff, you know. If you are, you know, that's why I feel bad about taking donations and stuff, because I see so many other people using it for everything but the research, right? I mean, like, it's everything but the research. And I want it to be the only thing is the research. If I get donations, I just want it to be used for the research. I don't want to be years down the road and have people like, yeah, he bought his new bass boat because of all those donations and stuff. Because people do that, you know, new trucks, new this, new that. Or they buy new equipment, it sits on the fucking shelf for 6-7 years and never gets used. That's suspicious. You know, why? I take offensive to that because it doesn't look good on real researchers who actually need donations, actually would use it the right way and have integrity, but don't feel like, they don't ask for help. They don't want that stigma of being grouped with these con artists who just want your money. They will butter your ass up over the phone, online, in person with words. And it's enough to donate thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars through the whole community. How much money has donations actually been spent and wasted on people like him and other people grifting thousands and thousands, because we know Colorado Bigfoot has bought thousands of dollars worth of equipment, worth of stuff, right? You buy like a house or a truck or some stuff like that. If that money could have been allocated into real researchers with integrity who are actually going to get off their ass and do something and use it the right way and not buy that brand new damn truck with the biggest motor they can fit into it, like, I think that we would personally be a lot farther along in the research and the evidence and the quality and the integrity and the quality of encounters. We would actually have interaction and stuff. But we have con artists who sit on their ass and you pay for it. You pay them money because they convinced you that it costs them money to sit on their ass to tell you a story online on a live stream. It's costing me money. It's costing Josh, it's costing Wolf money. It ain't fucking free for him to speak his truth, to speak the information, right? It ain't free for him to give encounters that he got emailed or have someone on. I would love to explain the cost because I think some other people, all of us, right? We need to work some of that mathematics into our equation because we ain't getting that. We ain't getting that same outcome. Hey, you guys want to follow who you want to follow? That's fine. You guys want to listen to the kind of stories you want to listen to, podcast? That's fine. I just want you guys to realize, like, hey, take a fucking look around. It's like maybe the last couple decades, last couple years, last couple months, maybe there's some things that need to change. Maybe I wipe some dust away and I need to clear my eyesight and look around and say, you know what? There's a lot of bullshit people out here that aren't fucking doing a damn thing. And they talk a lot of hype up, and that's it. That needs to change. Fuck that. Fuck the talking. Go out there and get some shit. Show us some shit. Get some real shit. Have encounters. Do some shit. All right. Should be the last video, and then we'll move on to other stuff. To the wrong thing. How's it going, Ghost Contact Paranormal? I'm glad to see you on here, man. Hopefully your ghost and everyone in the chat, go to Ghost Contact Paranormal. He needs the help. Go give him a sub. He does ghost paranormal work here in Michigan. Goes to a lot of local places. Awesome guy. Does good stuff. Has actually a lot of interesting evidence and stuff. We've actually been to a place together, did co-investigation, and we did get evidence from the lost cryptid side. Got some evidence, and of course, Ghost Contact Paranormal did get their own evidence at a different part because we had two different groups at different areas having different interactions at the same time. And it was pretty interesting, pretty crazy. So check him out. Check him out on Facebook also for his content and help him get his subs up there because he actually is someone who goes out in the field, does the honest work, has integrity about it, and isn't fucking, grifting for money and stuff like we've seen from these people. It's not fantasy. So give a shout out to my buddy there. All right. distracted me a little bit, but that was a good distraction. That was a good distraction. I believe this is the last video.
Remember this, Anthony? Y'all were watching that show, Gangland.
Yeah.
One of my friends was on there. And I said, yeah, I know that guy. One of my friends back in the day. And they were talking about how dangerous he was. And I just kind of laughed. I was like, yeah, I guess if you don't know him like I did, he's dangerous. And he was a dangerous guy. And they even showed a video of him like taking a gun out of somebody's hands. To me, he was just a friend. I'm not going to say the name of the show, but I was recently watching a show with my wife, and they were talking about some real life people that were, and I told my wife, I said, I know one of those guys. That's a side I don't talk about. Why? What's the point? If you people really knew what I'd been through and how I've walked through hell, maybe you'd get a better understanding of where I'm coming from. And one day, Anthony and Tony and Zane, yeah, we're all watching some show, and there was this El Salvadorian gangster on there, and he was like, oh, I have to do this because I need to do this, and that's why I have to commit all these crimes. And remember that?
Yeah.
And I grabbed the remote, and I paused the TV, and I said, that is bullshit. That is bullshit. Okay, you grew up hard. You had a hard life. Everything was against you. The odds were against you, but nothing made you do that. And now I have a very, very, very short fuse when it comes to criminality. I don't look at it as any.
He's getting all cranky and stuff. But I don't know if you guys believe that or not, but he not only did he know one guy who was on TV for being a fucking hardcore gangster criminal, but he knew two guys, but he can't name the second show. And then there was a third show where he stopped. You remember that? Yeah, you remember that. Stopped the show. I personally don't believe that. I don't believe that story. I don't believe that comment. I don't know why he needs to say it, why he needs to lie. I don't know. Maybe it's true. I have no idea. I wasn't there. To me, why the fuck can't you name the other show, right? Because there's only there's only a couple shows that would be specific enough that you remember your boy. Oh, hey, yeah, my buddy's on the one show. My buddy's on this. I remember. Let's play it again. Let's look at him. Look at him. That's my opinion. Your opinion could be different. And that's fine. Let's play this back.
You remember this, Anthony? Y'all were watching that show, Gangland.
Yeah.
One of my friends was on there. And I said, yeah, I know that guy. One of my friends back in the day. And they were talking about how dangerous he was. And I just kind of laughed. I was like, yeah, I guess if you don't know him like I did, he's dangerous. But he was a dangerous guy. And they even showed a video of him like taking a gun out of somebody's hands. To me, he was just a friend. I'm not going to say the name of the show, but I was recently watching a show with my wife, and they were talking about some real life people that were, and I told my wife, I said, I know one of those guys. That's a side I don't talk about. Why? What's the point? If you people really knew what I'd been through and how I've walked through hell, maybe you'd get a better understanding of where I'm coming from. And one day, Anthony and Tony and Zane, yeah, we're all watching some show, and there was this El Salvadorian gangster on there, and he was like, oh, I have to do this because I need to do this, and that's why I have to commit all these crimes. And remember that?
Yeah.
And I grabbed the remote, and I paused the TV, and I said, that is bullshit. That is bullshit. Okay, you grew up hard. You had a hard life. Everything was against you.
What do you think? You think that was fact or fiction? You think that was truth or fantasy? You think that's real? I mean, I'm sure he's had a hard life. Maybe he actually had some gangster background, hardcore stuff, whatever. But like, do you think those specific stories was real? Do you think like he pointed out his best friend on Gangland, and then while watching another show that he can't remember the show's name, his other buddy, different buddy, he had a lot of buddies on there. Of course, he recognized him. Do you guys believe that? or is full of shit. Like, this is the type of stuff that, why the fuck, liars lie, and they continue to lie. And I think storytellers tell stories, and they got to keep telling stories, and for no rhyme or reason at all, they just tell stories. I personally think that some of the stories and stuff that I've shown here today with Mr. Wolf, the boy name that he continues to go by, because I guess real gangsters who are reformed but actually gave up that life don't go by their gangster names anymore. Their words, not mine. Why we see this from him, and sorry, close this because that was distracting. Why we get that these lies from him? Why tell these fantasy stories that don't need to be said and stuff to make him seem more badass? It seemed like he's had some criminal buddies and stuff. If you had difficult past or whatever, that's your own to have, right, and stuff. But to make lies and to story tell and go into that to make yourself, in my eyes, to make yourself more than what you are, or to make yourself seem like you're a badass, so your followers and your donation people, donate more. And he was fucking crying on that live stream, and crying, and telling the people he's at war with to just stop, and that of course everyone's gonna go in front of God and stuff, and more stuff like that. And he's all over the place. The next live stream, I'm sure he's going to be cranky and mad and talking about the drama, or he's going to be talking about peace, or he's going to be crying again. I'm not quite sure. Or he's going to be saying, hey, give me your money because it costs me money to freely come in front of you and talk and have someone else on, or phone call someone. Like, where's the money at? I'm not sure why it costs him money, but it's almost not worth it, about there. Maybe he's been there for about a couple years of, it's not working out. It's not financially feasible. So give me more money. Apparently that works. Apparently these strategies that these con artists play work, because the evidence is that it works. The subscribers and the donations and stuff, it works. While people who don't do that, people who don't grift for money, beg for money, maybe I don't have enough rings on my finger. I'm not quite sure. Maybe that's that. Something's not working. And all these fake ass people, con artist people, get opportunities, or at least popularity, because they talk good. The cover of the book looks nice. The words on the cover sound nice, and that's enough. When they start flipping those fucking pages of that book, reading the context of the characters, then they're left with choices of, well, but the book's shiny. But the book's shiny. And they're trying to get to a better part of, well, the book's shiny. Well, these people are not. And I think, people will have to deal with it on their own, experience probably heartache, crap, drama, the warfare. You got to deal with some warfare before you learn that these guys are a negative influence on the Bigfoot community. These kind of people are leeches, in my opinion. They're not out there doing anything. What's Wolf out there doing? I don't know. You pay him to go sit on his ass and tell you some stories, I guess. I don't know. You paying Chris Reinhardt to be a good host and tell lies from Missouri and fantasy storytelling, and anything's possible. And of course, when you're put in a position on Untold Radio, and you're supposed to be a little bit more, I mean, it's all over the place. Woo's accepted there, which is fine. But like, if a person gets exposed as being a hoaxer and lies about all the stuff in Missouri and fabricates extra stuff, and if that's brought to the attention of people who are around and partnered with this guy, do you think anything's going to happen? Is the money, if the money's good, the money's there, is that more important than the integrity of, man, this guy's really full of shit, and all his Missouri stories are bullshit, and the story of his tent, his very first and most intense encounter he's had, it is his most intense encounter. He got huffed on. He felt the warm air of the Sasquatch. It was a lie. Where Randy Harrington's been on here last couple times explaining this lie. and he will come out. It sounds like he's working on a lot to expose Chris Reinhardt. And I think it's needed of Discover Sasquatch because this guy's full of shit. So if his very first premise is built on a lie and a hoax, and he's getting all these opportunities. So what happens when it's brought to the attention of the people he's partnered with, some of the shows that he's on, you know? Is the money more important than the integrity, the honesty? I mean, it's not my place, you know? I guess, you know, when you're making all that money, it doesn't fucking matter who some low people on the totem pole think and say and bitch about in the comments and make videos about, right? So exactly. I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess we can only see if the integrity of the evidence of people matter, because it's not just story and the evidence, but if people don't have the integrity, it doesn't really matter what they present, because if their foundation is bullshit, then how can they build anything else on that foundation that we would want to actually view? How could it stand any criticism? So just be aware of that when you view people. You get these phone calls and you see all the shenanigans out there. The reds, we didn't even get into red circles and stuff. I didn't really have enough time, and but there's plenty of red circles out there. I have a nice picture she'll show you of young Sasquatches or dog man. I can't remember which one she says. These children are playing right in front of you. It's amazing. You guys want to know? You guys want to tease? You guys want me to just break it to you right now? It's a tree. She takes a picture of a tree. And it's darkened, and there's some dark shadows and dark color of the tree, and it's two Sasquatches, two young cryptid kids playing in front of her, and she's like 10 feet away. It is worse than the Twilight Zone, and yet it's accepted, it's blossomed, and it's has their own communities. And if you thou shall not call out, because you will get exiled, and that's what happens. So it's the political I can't remember what it is, but everyone's friendly with each other, being tolerant, political correctness. I don't want to call out this person. I don't want to be in drama. I don't want to, in the long run, it's going to cause wackadoodle people and fantasy storytelling people to be influencing people who, and in expeditions and in positions that other people should be in, opportunities that other people should be given, because they're lying. They're good. It brings everything down. And Chris Reinhardt's a good example. A couple of expeditions he's been on, and the work that he did at the 400. Now he tells lies, and of course, the Kreider expedition was total failure on his part, because when you talk a whole year about working out, going up and down these mountains, time to play at Super Bowl, and you've had months and months and months to play at Super Bowl, and now when it's time, you're walking up the mountains. Well, it's like, they didn't even go to one fucking practice. And that's the reality of it. So when you team up and you want people to go on expeditions and stuff, and you want to be hardcore, just vet the people you want to go, because just because they talk good and they want to come up with some good strategies. Oh, Bigfoot strategies. That was a good one. Doesn't mean shit. Philosophy, theories work amazing. They sound amazing over the telephone, but until they're applied in the field, until you work, you can think all you want. You can do whatever you want over the phone, over the chat boxes of the internet. Doesn't mean anything. So, all right. So enough about that. I guess we're 2 hours. 2 hours in, actually pretty good. I thought we would be going a lot longer. I think we just sped through everything in record time. So, all right. Let's go and check out some. What Well, I think check out some evidence from the Lost Cryptids Conservatory. Let's check out some new stuff that I got yesterday out in an undisclosed location of Bigfoot activity that got a couple knocks, actually. I'll explain the story, or maybe we'll just play it, and then I'll explain it, and then we can go through some stuff. Yeah? So this is brand new stuff. Brand new stuff. Just happened last night, and I'm pretty flabbergasted, actually, and pretty amazed and stuff. So I don't know. I guess you guys are going to be the first audience. We take a look, see what you guys get opinions of. Now, some of this audio playing off of onto StreamYard and everything else off of Audacity might be hard for you guys to hear and stuff. Some of them will be hard for you guys to hear. Some of them I will probably won't even have to do anything to. You guys can definitely hear them over the phones and everything like that. So I should be pretty good. I think that I'd like to get you guys' opinions on this. I'm definitely gonna got more audio to look at and stuff also too of this night. So there's potentially more. So I'm excited because, you know, I'm excited. Let's play the video. Let's play the video and then I'll get into it. I'll get into what was happening and stuff. So let me go over here, share screen, go to the window, and then so that should be okay. Is on there. All right. So this is the first knock. Not yet. Let me get it all set up for you guys and stuff. We're stretching this out so you can see a little bit better. And of course, we're going to adjust the settings of the spectrogram. And we are going to go to 10,000 max hertz so we can see it a little bit better. And then I can't remember exactly where it's at on here. I think it's right here. We will play it. Let me make sure you guys can see it good, I think. Zoom in a little bit. I believe it is right here. It's over here somewhere. Let's play it. This one is going to be hard for you guys to hear, but it is there. Oh, I messed up. All right, let me start right here. Uh-oh. All right, so you guys do have audio, right? It's probably hard to hear the wood knock itself, but you did hear me in brush and saying something, yes? Because I did adjust the audio settings and stuff, so it should work on your guys' end, but let me Audacity is not that easy. Are you guys able to hear the stuff though? Like, this might be a little loud. All right, so that is what happened. Is right here's the knock, right here's the howl, and there's my response to it. And so I'm going to play it one more time at normal volume, and then I'm going to try to enhance this for you guys to potentially hear. Maybe not. I don't know. I do have an enhancement already ready to go, so I can actually just upload that for you guys. But I'm going to play it one more time so you guys get... and I was recording for like, I don't know, 10 minutes before this and stuff. And then this happens, and then it changed my whole gear of what I was doing. And I'm so glad that I wasn't walking and I wasn't talking and doing what I was doing, and that I was actually quiet enough, right, to hear this. So, when you're out there trying to make content, you're talking, but when I'm actually out there just researching, I'm quiet because you have to listen and hear stuff. So I'm so thankful that I heard this and caught this, barely caught this. And this. All right, so let's just play this one more time. Play a little bit before so you get some context. Yeah, that is right. A knock and a call. That is what I heard. That's what stopped me. And that is what the recorder picked up. And by my estimations, I could do it right now. I got to estimate it right now using my map. And I can try to figure out an estimation of how far this knock and call was. So as you can see here, this little sliver right above the mouse is the knock, and this line right here is the call. So you can see that if you are looking at this and you are going by a spectrogram and you are not paying attention, or you think, well, this kind of looks like some of this over here and that over here kind of sounded like nothing, and you don't look at everything, you don't listen, you will miss stuff. You will definitely miss it. But thankfully, I heard it in real time. All right, so give me some comments, you guys. Oh, shit, no audio, no nothing, huh? All right, I think I need to change the settings. That really sucks. At least you guys can see it, though. So that is... all right, so the only thing that I need to do, I believe, is go to this. It's not gonna be slow and mess up on me, but I got to change the audio. Come on now. It's being slow. It doesn't want to do that. Okay. I might move on to the next one and try that, and then try to fix it on there. Hopefully StreamYard and Audacity works. Audacity can... it's not too hard to work. You just got to practice and read the manual and try to understand what each function does and give it a little practice and stuff. But come on. It's not doing what I need it to do, though. It really sucks. But I will probably make a video of this. I actually am editing a video. I got to do the voiceover. If I don't do the voiceover tonight after the show, then I'm not going to be able to do the voiceover probably for a couple days, because I need it to be quiet and stuff. And all right, come on. All right. Let me do something real quick. At least you guys can hear me. Let me remove this. I am going to exit out, re-upload that. And then I need to change the setting to make sure that... I'll just exit that out. Because I really want you guys to try to hear this other stuff that you're guaranteed to get to hear. That one you might not be able to hear if you're on your phone. If I enhance it enough, maybe you will hear it. The issue is that I haven't even looked how far away, but I was minimum 200 yards away, closer to 300, I think. And I was inside of a wood line, and of course, the way the sound travels and stuff. I'm surprised that I caught it and stuff. So awesome. Here we go. Okay. Speaker. Okay. Okay, so hopefully that worked on that. Let me open this one. Because these other ones are really, I mean, you know how tiny and small that one is, right? And it's kind of hard to see. These other ones are like in your face, right there, loud. So come on. Get this other one. And so the story is, I was out there getting started and stuff. Was out there for an hour and a half, I think, before this happened, and doing a little bit of filming, mostly B-roll, mostly small stuff, and then went in this patch of woods, looking around and stuff, and of course it's pitch black out. It's dark. It's around 7 p.m. So it's been dark for like a good hour, and I was out there at sunset. So went on that patch of woods, was doing a little talk and walking around, because last couple of videos I have, I'm out there and I really don't say much because I'm actually focusing on listening and trying to find stuff. And in this video, I'm talking and stuff, and I hear that wood knock, bam, that call. And that's what that distinct wood knock sound and that call at the same time, knowing I'm the only one here. I just drove in. There's no one parked anywhere. There's no one out there making these calls. And usually, from my experience as being with some researchers, when a person's out there and they make some knocks and calls, they get very hyper and they make loud screaming calls and continue the escalation, usually with more than one. And especially if there's a group of people and they're not, they haven't been doing it for a long time, or, sometimes if there's a group of different individuals, there will be more than one call made from more than one individual. One person does a call, the other person wants to do a call, the other person tries to do a call, type of thing. So there's some characteristics like that makes me think that the knocks that I heard that time, and then the knocks in the following night, I don't know why this isn't loading. Audacity is not playing. It's not wanting to play nicely when we actually needed to do something. So, all right, let's try this again. All right, so let's change the auto setting on this one. Okay, it's already set. So let's go back to StreamYard, and then hopefully you guys can hear it. If not, I don't know. The only thing I changed was my headphones and stuff wasn't being played through the headphones. It was being played through the speakers, and so I changed that setup. And apparently, I guess it's important for StreamYard. All right. First knock. Somewhere over here. So first we go over here, click over to the title, go over to the spectrogram, then you can get spectrogram. Of course, we go to settings because I like to change it to around 10,000 because there's not really too much sounds going above that. Easier to see. Of course, I scroll the different sides of the left side down as far as possible so I can see a little bit better for when we zoom in. Now sometimes the depending on what side and sound came on, the bottom might be a little bit better and stuff too. The nice thing about at least Audacity, this upgrade and stuff, any changes you make at the top will be made at the bottom. All right, so we have to go over here. And we have to scroll in a bit. I think it's over here. Right here. That is the call. That little sliver is the knock. So hopefully you can hear this stuff. Let me know in the chat. It'd be very helpful. Thank you very much. See, now I can't hear it through my speakers. I can hear it playing through my... Wait. Let me try something else. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh. Oh, I know what I do. Duh. Okay. I know the problem. I fixed it. I got to share the whole screen. I was sharing the window, and it does not allow audio that way. So I have to share the entire screen. Got it. This shall fix the issue. So now you see super version me. That is not it. Over here. All right. So let's give this a go again. I might have to change the settings. Well, let's just try it. All right, what do you guys hear? Do you guys hear anything, or do I need to change the setup again? Really? Really? I don't know. I hope this fixes it. Because now I can hear it.
That's kind of what we're looking for right here, too.
That's kind of frustrating and stuff, too, because I was so excited about sharing this online with you guys. Yeah, I did check that. That was the issue before, but I just fixed that. So right now I have share screen, audio enabled. I did the audio this. It's through the headphones. It should be fine. The only other thing I think I did was view. Let's see. What did I do? Device toolbar. I don't think so. That is a shame. Yeah, I don't know. That really sucks too, because I know StreamYard was working with Audacity the last time I used it. And I just can't imagine what the frick I did to make it to where you guys can't hear nothing.
Take a look right here. That's kind of what we're looking for right here too. Take a look.
Still nothing? That really sucks. Been doing it. I did it. Yes, it's working now, but very low. Okay, so that is good. As long as it's working. And it should be low because it's not been enhanced. And the call and the knock is going to be really low. Barely any volume. Okay, well, I don't want to blast you guys' ears off, but I'm about to crank it up. So you've been warned. All right, we are going to I'm only going to crank up this. Now, you're saying all of it's pretty low, huh? Okay, well, let's just do let's do it the easy way first. So we go over here. Of course, you split it, and then you go over to volume and compression. You go to amplify. Click on that. You change this number. I usually go to 6.5. That's why I like to go. Amplification decibels. I will amplify all of it by that much level. So we're going to keep playing it. Play it a couple times. I actually might amplify the entire thing is what I'm thinking. Let me know. Do you guys hear that and get any louder than that? This should be incredibly loud. Will bust your guys' eardrums off if I make it too loud. I always recommend headphones that have additional volume settings controlled, and also that bass boost the bass. Actually, if you get some cheap gaming headphones and stuff, they are actually built for all around sound and in-depth sound that really helps for me finding and hearing these different sounds. But the only problem is when I make these videos and edit stuff, it sounds really good because I'm using my headphones, but when I upload it and I listen off the phone, it's not loud enough. All right, so we're going to repeat the amplification, which is still set on 6.5, 6.5. So let's play it right there. If you guys didn't know or couldn't hear that, that is a train whistle, train horn. So if this ever happens where you're not selected on what you want selected again, of course, you just go like that. And the reason why we have this split right here of different colors is because this has been amplified more than this one, even though this was selected to be amplified first. So that sometimes happens, but it's okay. All right, let me check to see you guys because I don't know if I'm blasting you guys' eardrums off or not. Yeah, I can go loud. Now, this sound is going to be really hard to hear. So hopefully that was loud enough for you guys to hear. But I can do some other tricks right here, which is you go over to the EQ and filters. You go over to high pass, which is actually low setting. So anything, we're going to say 600. So go over here. We're going to go usually small increments. You go by 6 decibels, but we're going to jackhammer it by 12 a little bit. And we're going to do that once. We're going to do that twice. And you can see how it eliminated all this sound at the bottom end. Then we're going to go at the top end, but you have to be careful because even though we set it at a certain decibel, it can leach more. And if it starts to leach onto the sound that you're not trying to take away, it can mess with the sound. And we don't want to try to fuck that up. Okay, so we go over here, go over to filters again. We go over to low pass, which actually will be everything above. So our wood knock looks like it stops about 2,000 hertz. So we want to be above that. So let's go 2,600 because we don't want it to be touched at the upper end. All right, so we did it once. We did it once. Got to reselect. Did it twice. See how that chops at it. We can do it again, but let's just play it from here. Now, the more amplification that you do, you can see how it is becoming harder to see that wood knock, the background noise, and all the amplification. At some point, even if you do eliminate all this, too much amplification will mix it up in the background noise. So there's only a certain point you can amplify. There's only certain points you can do stuff to before it actually degrades the sound. And I have, let me get it set up. Let me look at this comments. Let me stop sharing my screen. I actually have, you can hear the train now. Okay. Well, I mean, let me pop up this other, I got a different one that I can pop up, I think, real quick. I need to do something. Get that file ready. But basically, these other ones you should be able to hear a lot more because they're not 200, 300 yards away. And I don't have to extremely pick up the, enhance the sound so you guys can actually hear it. So let me do this first. Let me do this for a second, and then I can share. All right. All right. All right. Now let's get this loaded. And then this is amplified, hopefully enough for you guys can hear it. I did some pre-work today because kind of stayed up and stuff. I actually have not slept the last couple of days, so I was out there, heard this knock. I walked over there and went to the edge of this wood line where I thought the wood knock was coming from. And then actually decided that I would, instead of tromping through the woods and stuff, I was actually going to lay down in this kind of open area and listen and hopefully catch more stuff. And I sat out, began to actually freeze as the ground began to frost over. But I didn't hear anything in the next, because I was out there, I was recording. I didn't hear anything that sounded like a knock in the calls for the next 2 hours that I laid on the ground. As I hear coyotes going off, as I hear raccoon going off fighting with something or some other raccoon every 20 minutes or so. And then I get up and look, and there's a small group of 4 or 5 deer that are, about 20 yards away from me, and I'm like, okay, well, this is a sucker. This sucks. I'm laying here and I'm just had something happen and I'm getting all excited. And it's like, man, maybe I should have walked through the woods. And of course I'm laying here more. It's like, I'm just going to watch the stars and it's so peaceful. And then, all right, so this is ready. Let me get you guys to where you guys can see now. Then I actually go head to the car because I'm freezing, warm up, pass out a little bit, and then I'm sleeping in the car with the audio recorder going. And then it begins to, as soon as I get into the car for the next 2 hours, pick up a bunch of stuff. And I still have all night to go through. All right, so let's share the screen. share the entire window. Make sure the audio is turned on. It is turned on. So hopefully everything works. You guys can see me. It's super view. All right, we go to the first knock with the lowercase because that one is this file. And I believe, yes, it is already super enhanced. And I going to give a warning. I don't know how loud this is going to be for you guys. It should be enough. So we're here. We have the knock and the call. All right. Maybe that is hard for you guys to hear because it is far away. It is hard. I don't have the software. I don't have the know-how. I don't have not getting thousands of dollars of donation each month to pour into software that can maybe do a lot more than what I'm currently capable of doing. But you can see the knock here. This is the knock, and then the call. As the unfortunate part is when I'm zoomed in on this. Now this has been amplified and worked on a lot to hopefully you guys to be heard. That's why it looks like this. You can't really see it, but this line right here is the call. This line vertical is the wood knock. The wood knock happened first and then the call. So hopefully you guys are hearing it. Oh, you're hearing that same howl. So maybe. All right. So let me play it a couple more times. It is a little harder here. So like, I'm glad that I heard it, and I'm glad that I was able to capture it. At least they should be able to show on spectrogram, even if I was not able to enhance this enough to be able to hear. I know with my headphones on, I can hear the knock. I can hear the call. Now this has been enhanced and stuff. So if you're wearing headphones, it'd help. So there again, when you're enhancing and amplifying stuff, the knock begins to blend in with the background noise, which is unfortunate. All right, so there is that, which is the same as this is what we're seeing. Same exact thing. This is just not enhanced all the way, although we still enhanced it a little bit. There's the knock, and right here's the call. Here's the train whistle that goes off. Knock, call, I respond to it. I start heading right over there. I can try to enhance this a bit more, but it just fuzzes out. But that's okay, because we're going to move on to some other stuff that is more spectacular. I'm getting a little excited and stuff, so I'm... All right, you heard the howl, but not the knock. Okay, that is... I'm glad. I'm glad you actually hear the howl, though, because you can hear something. You know, you can hear something. And more importantly, you guys can actually see it, though, too. You can see the wood knock right here and the call. Now, some of you guys, I guess you can hear the call and stuff, and maybe not the knock. Now, I was running my GoPro. I haven't looked and tried to hear that. Maybe it sounds better on the GoPro. I shockingly have got some amazing audio off the GoPro in the past. And then I think I was running I might have had my night vision on too, but that is not important as what we see here from this audio recorder and what could be on the GoPro. So this is real evidence that I believe is pointing towards Sasquatch-like stuff. I don't believe it's a person out there because of what I'm about to show you, actually. So let's just shut up and get on to it, Blake. Get on to it. So I already have an enhanced version of all this stuff, but we have this 2 hours and 40 minutes worth of audio that I have with additional couple more hours worth. couple more hours worth, 4 more hours worth, or something like that. So let's change it over to spectrogram and stuff. Try to speed this up so you guys stay interested in all this. So you're gonna notice a couple things right away, and I will explain that to you once we get the settings to the way I prefer. And I'm not an expert at all of this by any means, but I just I like open source software, open source stuff, anything that's open source and free to use, and is spectacular platforms are amazing. And shout out to Audacity for being that. And some people like it, some people don't. It's all right. Does the job for me right now, and so I can't complain. All right, so right off the bat, what we see here with this, make sure you guys are actually okay. Is me turning the car on and warming up. So anytime you see that, that is me. We have planes and stuff in here, and there's highway car sounds and stuff in here that are pretty unique that I think is for recording this. I mean, or I'm fucking miles and miles and miles away from a highway, and yet you can hear the cars on the highway, especially when they hit the speed strips, the sleep strips, and you can hear them echoing and stuff. So it is very useful to understand what the sounds you're hearing, and can you associate and figure out that, oh, this came from the car on the highway compared to is this a potential vocalization of the target species? So we're going to dive into this and, get you guys' opinions on it. That's all I can say, I'm all right. All right. Let's get started. Now, this happened last night. You guys don't believe me, I can play the beginnings that actually gives the date. It's a little rattly if you guys prefer, or if you guys trust me enough. Don't have to play the intro. Right? I got to play all that. Little intro. Always give the date and time of the recorder, because if you forget and you don't look at it a couple months later, you forget when when you took the stuff. All right, so we have one wood knock, right? Is what I heard, and then I moved over to the area. I would lay down the ground in open air where I thought I could hear more stuff accurately with the recorder. And it's something I didn't, I don't normally do, right? I go out there and I decided, instead of chasing around these guys, I'm gonna go lay down in the spot in this open area where they can try to come to me, and thinking hopefully something happens. But nothing did happen for the 2 hours I was laying on the ground. And then I got in my car, started warming up, put the auto recorder on the car, started taking little naps. So we had one wood knock. That got me started. So let's jump over and look at the chat real quick. See if there's any. All right. Let's look and listen to some knocks. All right. So we got some potential knocks here at 11 minutes and 50 seconds, 11 minutes, 40 seconds. Let's take a look. And we might have to enhance these ones. These ones you guys are definitely not going to be able to hear these ones because they are low, but that is okay. Might not be able to hear any of this. This is wind right here, or depending on what it is. So in the background right now is a highway, cars going by. That is not it. I am looking too far. That was a popping noise that I don't think is a wood knock. All right, so this one is a little one right here that you guys can probably see, but that's all right because it's not as impressive as the other ones that we're just going to jump into. So that might be a possible one, and there was another possible one that we just listened to at 12:30, but it sounds like little pops and stuff. So it's not really loud enough, distinct enough that really jumps at you to say like, "Wow, that's a wood knock." But there's a couple things. There's a couple possible odd sounds. There's some crow sounds at 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Some crows. And I believe this was around I started this audio recorder at 9:44 p.m. is when this began. So it's 9:44 plus however many minutes we're at. So let's get jump started. There's a couple dogs barking, possible whoops or a bird sound, which I think probably was a bird sound at 29:30. But let's get into the knocks. A couple odd calls around 31. Highway sounds and the sounds of cars at 30 seconds, 30 minutes and 30 seconds, because they sound like roars and vocalizations if you weren't paying attention enough. And so I did document that. Okay. Let's jump over here. Let's get started. All right. All right, so right here we got some more, and they're gonna get louder, and they're gonna get louder, and they're gonna get louder and louder. All right. Four knocks right here. These lines right here are knocks. I don't know if you guys heard it, probably not. I will enhance it as best I can, but they are going to get louder, and they sound like knocks. And I think that hopefully, I want you guys to keep stick with me and keep listening to this. Give me the input because I need to know how loud I can get it. I don't know. Maybe you guys aren't going to hear it at all. I am not sure. But at least you guys can hear it. If you guys had headphones, some of you guys must be able to hear this. We are going to do our thing by amplifying it first. See if that works. And we're going to go by 13 because we usually go by 6.5, which would be 13 doubled. So we could just double stuff already. Hopefully this doesn't blow your guys' eardrums out because I do not want to do that. All right. So as you can see, these lines right here are knocks. How was that? Let's amplify it one more time. Hopefully that was pretty loud. It was loud on my end. So now it's really loud. All right. Let's, any comments? Anyone here? Anyone here yet? That was, all right. I need some new comments about if they can hear this or not, because I don't want to keep making it louder if you guys can hear it, but I want everyone to be able to hear it. How was that? Can you guys hear it? I can now I'll do a little bit of the tricks and I'll eliminate the background bottom end and then a little bit of the top end. So that might help a little bit for those of you who are able to hear it right now. That might help. But at least you guys can see this and take my word for it. Of course, I'm in the car, so I'm not hearing this. And this is, of course, after I was out here. But it gets better and stuff. It gets better. So it actually does pick up in intensity by a lot. So let's go do 150. 150. Does that sound pretty good? We'll do one more. Then we'll do the top end. And then go about 3. Want a little extra room so we don't affect the knocks. So I could probably amplify it one more time, but I think that's pretty much as good as it's going to actually get. I mean, the more I amplify it, it's going to get fuzzy, but hopefully you guys heard that, right? No. Okay, well, that's all right. Let's move down the line. Let's get to some more knocks. Let's get some louder ones on here so you could probably see. All right, so those were 4 right there. 4 knocks, right? So that would be 5 total. All right, let's jump over to 43 minutes, 30 seconds. And here's an odd call right here, but I believe it is avian. A little triangle thing. But we don't have time for that because it's not as important right now, anyways, as these knocks. Let me jump over. So, as you can see, they jumped up in scale in the loudness and intensity. So, how was that? Did you guys hear that? Let's work on this. And so what we're seeing here, it continues to pick up. Okay, and I'm in the car. There's no one out there with me. There's no one out. There's only one person who knew I was out there that I told, and that was James. And he didn't get in his car and come all the way down there just to go by himself off trail to go mess with me. That's definitely something that James would never do. We are planning to go back out there. I plan to go back out there by myself if no one else can next weekend, and continue to be by myself until other people can get the time to go out there with me, because it is pretty intense and important. I almost decided to actually go there tonight. Unfortunately, by the time I realized I caught so much stuff that I didn't charge my equipment, didn't charge everything enough to be able to go out there for a long enough time to get the same results. But I'm so excited to get back out there. So let's get back to it. Now, this one, we're going to jump up to 200 because I think we have a little bit of more wiggle room, being how loud it is. So we're going to do that twice. Now we're going to amplify it, because I'm sure it's still hard for you guys to hear. We're going to go 6.5 so we can fine tune it a little bit. How was that? Oh, well. So I'm going to keep amplifying it then. Oh. Amplify it one more time. Hopefully some of you guys are hearing that, not just the people with the headphones. I think we can still amplify it. Usually when it gets yellow is when it starts getting too much. All right, what's the comments? What's some of the comments? Definitely heard it last 5 times. Okay, heard it. Okay, well, that's because I have to amplify it that much for you guys to hear it over the phones or some devices. Headphones are a must. All right, so you guys heard that, seen it. All right. You guys keeping count? All right, so let's add that to the list. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, next one that you can visibly see. And we won't have to go too far. So here are 2 other ones. Now, I do have to enhance and do all that to make sure you guys can actually hear it. But if you guys would just bear with me for a second and trust me that those look... Oh, I jumped too far. Before we enhance that, it looked the same as this. And if you guys can hear this, you will notice that they most likely will sound the same. Now, we'll enhance all these if we want to, because there are 2 in particular that actually show, their sound signatures show and prove that this is not gunshots that we're hearing also, because I don't think some hillbillies out there randomly shooting at raccoons. Well, he can't shoot at anything because he keeps missing. But these are, in fact, wood knocks and not gunshots. So, and I believe I can prove that. So here's 2 more. And we're going to skip those. And we're going to keep looking. And then, so right here is another one. Keep counting. And this is all stuff that we can go through. So keep counting. Keep counting. All right. All right. So where's the next one? All right. All right. We got to go a little bit farther for this one. That's okay. That's okay. Because we don't have to go too far. This one is mixed in. Oh, wait. This is not the right time. My bad. Let's see. We did 1, did 2. I think we did. What is this one? Okay. Got turned around a little bit. I was looking at the wrong number. 4509. Okay, we did that. Okay, those the one at 4908 was possible different calls or cars, because the next sound looks like cars. So we need to jump a couple minutes. And this was an issue that I didn't realize was going to foreseen was I'm trying to warm up, and the sound of the cars potentially drowning out the sounds of knocks and stuff. Of course, those sounds are just me in the car. So we actually have to jump to 1 hour and 36 minutes for the next. And there might be some potential ones in there, but I just didn't look and skimmed over that for a second. A couple more. All right. So you guys spot it? You spot it? Right here. Another knock. Loud. And it had some echo onto it too. So don't want to zoom in too much, but we will come back and enhance this. So that's another knock you can add to the list. And we're going to clip that right there. And then we're going to go to the next knock. Pretty easy to spot on the spectrogram and stuff. And they are as loud as all the other ones. I just need a little bit of enhancing for you guys to hear. Another knock. And if you guys will notice, they're getting louder because it's getting closer. So here's another knock for those of you keeping count. And I am in the car. I can prove this because I start the audio recorder. I'm in the car. I start the car. I'm already in the car. I never open or close the doors to get into the car, to start the car, to warm up, or anything like that. I can play the audio recorder and easily prove that I'm in the car, not out there banging on trees. So next one should be easy to spot. Once we get over there, you guys spot it? Oh, getting louder too, as you notice how the echo of the knock. And we will go back and enhance. We can enhance all of these. You know, if you guys want to sit here and listen to all this, this is the brand new stuff. This brand new evidence of tree knocks. And let's just keep counting. Let's just keep counting because there's a couple more. There's a couple more. So let's just keep counting. So I don't know who wants to check these out. Who should I send these to? How do I verify this stuff, huh? Who wants some of it? Because I got it. He's another knock. And at this point, the way they echo, it does kind of sound like gunshots, potentially, you know? But then the characteristic of, okay, so there's a guy out there, he's hunting squirrels. It's dark out. He's hunting raccoon. Well, he's missing. He's scaring away all the animals of the woods, right? Here's another knock. You guys counting? See, check on your comments. Yes, I want to send this to, whoever wants to listen to it. I got plenty of it, you know. I'm showing you guys right now, like there ain't really much to hide, is there? So, all right. Let's keep going because there's more knocks, right? So that's hour and 40. Right. Easy to hear, easy to see too. Nice big signature of an echo too. Let's zoom in a little bit, although it distorts that sound. It distorts the image. You see the echo of it. Definitely easily able to see this. Easily able to hear it too if you're on my end. But trust me, you know, we'll enhance all these. You guys can hear all of them. You guys able to hear that first one we did? You guys be able to hear all of them. Where's the next one? I think I passed it a bit. Did I write it down? Right here. I wrote that there was one in here. But I don't really hear it or see it. Well, that's okay. Oh, that's because that was that's because there's not a knock there. That's the noise, which sounds like a car. This is the knock. 4144, not 4110. Yeah, easy able to see that one, right? Shouldn't be hard to find at all, especially when they're all labeled big knock. When they're all labeled big knocks, yeah, they're pretty easy to spot. They're not really hard to find at all, which is shocking. This shocked me. You guys keeping count? All right, let's move on to the next one, right? Because there's more. there's more. There's more, guys. And they're easy to see. Look at this one. Look how loud this one is. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Let's enhance this one so I can wet that whistle of yours. I know some of you guys are like, man, I see it, but I can't hear it. All right, let's enhance it. First, we're going to go over here. We're going to split the clip, make sure it's highlighted so we can edit what we have highlighted. Go over here to the filters, go over to the high pass filter, which is going to eliminate all the frequencies set at whatever we have. And so we have it set at 200, which is all right. So we're going to do it once, do it twice. Now we're going to, now we could go and do it to the upper hertz levels, but we don't need to do that because this one is pretty loud. We are not trying to bring it out of the background. It's not some far away noise. So it gives us some wiggle room. We're going to set this to 6.5 amplification decibels. We do that once, do that twice. We're going to do that 3 times. We're going to do it 3 times. We'll blow you guys' eardrums off. Here we go. All right, you guys able to hear that? I want to see some comments dropping now. Let's hear it. You guys hearing this? Huh? You guys hear it? I need to amplify it a bit more. You definitely can see it. You definitely see the signature of how dense it is and how it echoes. All right, let's amplify it a bit more. First, I got to highlight it by selecting the top. And then just repeat the amplification. Of course, now we can eliminate the top end noise because you can see how much noise there is now compared to what it was, right? So we can actually eliminate that top noise again to help. But I think you guys are able to hear it good enough right now. But let's just do it just to show you what kind of results we can get. All right, so let's see some comments. You guys able to hear that one? If you're able to hear that one, and I can amplify all of the ones that we've skipped, and they're going to sound slightly different because some of them are closer, some of them seem louder. I would assume it's the subject is hitting either it has two knockers and it's hitting them together, or it's hitting trees, or I don't know. I'm flabbergasted, honestly, and hopefully you guys can give me your guys' input. Who should I send this to? Who do you want me to send this to? Give me some information, because I will send it to them. Who do you want it to check to try to verify my stuff? Because this is it, right? Supposed to get evidence, supposed to verify it. I'm showing you guys this just happened. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, getting distracted by talking. Go over to the filters. Go over to the low pass, which is going to get everything above what we want. I'm sorry for that if that was loud. 3,500 is what we're going to do because we want to make sure there's wiggle room and it's not going to interfere with the knock noise, even though it's super loud. All right, we do it once, we do it twice. Let's play it. How's that sound? How does that sound? Hopefully pretty good. I could probably amplify it once or twice, maybe once more, but that's about as good as it's pretty much going to get without going crazy. All right. I need some new comments. Yes, he was, Mr. James. He wasn't on. He was a subject of discussion and stuff. So all right, you guys able to hear that last knock? I wanted to know, because if you guys aren't hearing this, I don't want to keep going and doing this if you guys can't even hear it when I amplify it. But hopefully you guys actually, this is significant, right? So if you guys are hearing this, you guys can see it. This is real evidence. This is real. Why is it real evidence? Well, I was out there by myself, walking around by myself. There's no other cars parked around there. I drove down the road. Hear a knock and then a call. I go over to this area, wait 2 hours, go in my car, and we're starting to hear all these knocks and stuff. Okay. Maybe we'll hear another knock and vocalization to maybe confirm what's going on, right? Maybe. Let's you guys keep count. Let's go on to the next one, because there's a couple more, I think. Couple more. Let's go on to the next one, guys. I am truly just flabbergasted about this. I don't know. I really want to get to the bottom of this because it seems like this is pretty intense. Okay. Oh, I think I skipped one. Unless we looked, that was the one we were looking at. Oh, yes. Yes, that was the one they were looking at. Okay. So I start the car because I'm in the car, right? In case you guys want to. I'm in the car. I don't get into the car, right? I don't need to play all of this, right? There's a knock right there. You guys notice that? Oh, there's a knock right there before I start my car. And then I start my car, of course, making all this racket and noise, messing up the actual evidence gathering, which I have no idea this is going on. You know, I'm trying to get comfortable, get warm, because it's beginning to freeze a lot colder than what the temperature said. So there's another knock right here. So all these lines right here, this line 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 right here is me moving around and getting the keys into the ignition and starting it. But this echo that you can see right there is another knock. Is another knock off in the distance. Not this small line, but this big line right here. And of course, we could enhance that. But if you guys heard the other knocks, then you guys will hear that one. And it's the same thing. And so there are two knocks that happen while the car is running, actually. Right here. I don't know why I can't hear it. Anyways. I can enhance them. I've already done it. I'm not going to enhance it for you guys. But there are some knocks that do happen when the car is on. Unfortunately, but fortunately, I guess you can still see it. But unfortunately, it sucks that you know, you never know. You don't know that stuff's popping off and it's epic, and then you're freezing your butt off, so you want the car on to get warm. Well, you know, there's amazing stuff going on that, you know, you're potentially, you know, busting up, because here's a potential knocks right here. 3 knocks right here. For some reason, I lost audio. I don't know if you guys have lost audio. Maybe it's just, I don't know, I can't hear it. Anyways, there's 3 knocks right there, which I could enhance for you guys. So you guys keep counting, keep them count. Let's go to some more, because why not? There's still some knocks left to check out, actually, and some unique knocks that actually, in my opinion, verify what we're hearing and can verify that these are not gunshots. Can verify that this is happening at different distances, at different strengths of a hit. Now, I believe that's me. Yeah, that is me. So, Yes, as soon as I got home, I didn't go to sleep. I got back at 5. I got back here at 5 in the morning, and I didn't go back to sleep until halfway through the day, looking at all this stuff. Here's another knock at 52:24 and 52:28. Right here. You see how it is. You see how it is echoing and stuff, even though it doesn't look like it normally does because the car is on. And so it's being muffled through the filter of the car engine. So that's why it looks a little different, but it still has the echo. And so we're going to move on, jump over to 57 because we have right here. As soon as I shut the car off, there's 2 knocks that I get. For some reason, I can't hear nothing anymore. I'm not sure. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Sorry about that. Hopefully you guys weren't. I don't know how long I've been on mute. Oh, man. I was wondering why I couldn't hear anything. Did that really fix it? So if you were just watching the mouse, I was pointing out different tree knocks that were happening during the car. The car is on. That doesn't sound like it fixed anything on my end. I don't know. Maybe I have to restart it or whatever. Anyways, but there's a couple more. So there's 2 knocks right there, and they're at different depths and stuff. So one is louder. So there's 2 rapid knocks. One's louder than the other one. So it's not gunshots, because gunshots, if you shoot, especially if you shoot 2 rounds right off rapidly, they should have very similar signatures that should echo the same way. Of course, these do not echo the same way. And through the whole time period, the wood knocks get louder, indicating that they're coming closer. When they were beginning, they were faded away at the beginning. So there's 2 more knocks. And couple sneak peeks. There's 2 more right there. So there's 2 more knocks after the car gets shut off. Yeah, I can't hear nothing. 2 more knocks right here. You guys keeping count? Someone better be keeping count. Someone better be keeping count, right? All right. Hopefully you guys can hear my audio from my voice, because I'm not hearing nothing. Here we have another audio piece of evidence of another knock. I'm sorry, I'm jumping around. I just want to make sure my mute button's not on. I just want to make sure at least you guys can hear me. I don't know why the audio is not working, but as you can see, it looks very similar. It's a knock. It sounds the same. Trust me on it. I will enhance it. I will make different videos. I will send you guys the clips. Whatever. It's real. You guys keeping count? Let's go on to the next one. Let's go on to the next one. Let's go on to the next one, right? How many times have I said that? Okay, a couple more. I'm sure you guys can easily spot it, right? Easily spot the knock. And that's what I'm talking about. This is not something that was in the background. It's hard to hear. It's a little hard for you guys here on the phone and over StreamYard, but in person on my end through headphones, and if I send it to people and they do their work, you guys are able to easily see and easily hear these wood knocks. All right, so let's go on to the next one. Yes, let's put another notch on the wall for how many there are. All right, so here we have two more. Again, it shows different echoing signatures, showing different densities of maybe it hit on a different tree, definitely hit at different power levels. But it's very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. Double knocks. You know, we had 4 knocks. We have double knocks. Distinct, clear. All right, so let's let's keep on going to the next one because there's more. There's still more, right? How many is that? You guys keep account? Because at this point, it's getting kind of crazy. It's getting to the point where it's like, oh my God. All right, what did I get? Did I already get those two? I did to get those two. Why am I? There's 2 knocks and 2 knocks. Did we skip some? 2 knocks. Two knocks. What does it say over here? Oh. Okay. All right. I guess I got turned around a little bit. That's okay. And then potentially 2 knocks in here, which are right here and right here. Although you can see the sound levels have gotten quieter because the thing is getting farther away or not smacking the tree as hard. Those ones will be harder to hear. All right. Whew. Do you guys think that's probably about it, right? That's about it, right? No, you'd be wrong. You'd be wrong again. And this one coming up is a very important knock. One that is almost like icing on top of the cake or a cherry on top. Almost a little fine. And it's not the final one. It's not the final one. And so, but this one definitely, in my opinion, helps vindicate what we're actually listening to and not bullshit. And so what we have here is a vocalization first and then a tree knock. And yep. We have a vocalization here. Looks like around 600 hertz, 600, 700 hertz in between there, and a tree knock. A nice loud tree knock that echoes. So remember what I first heard was a tree knock, and then I heard a vocalization, right? Now we have here, I don't know exactly how many hours, about roughly 4 hours later, we have a vocalization first and then a tree knock. Okay. This right here is pretty big, pretty important. Just make sure you guys can. I'm not on mute or anything. So I know I'm all over the place. I'm pretty excited about this. You know, I'm actually pretty shocked. I'm actually shocked at how many there are and how many knocks there are, vocalization and a knock. You know, it ain't a deer. It ain't a deer out there doing this, right? And this is an active area. This is an active area and it continues to be an active area. And, it's been a little bit since we've had activity, honestly, myself. It's been a while since I've been able to have time to go out there. A lot of stuff's been happening behind the scenes, but I've always told you when stuff happens, we're going to show you. We're not going to hide behind stuff. We're going to show you. Someone wants it, give me your email me, send me some messages. You guys want to check this out? And when I'm out there doing stuff, trying to get stuff. And maybe I just get lucky, but you know what? I think I get lucky pretty good that a casino might ban me from going there because I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to continue to get evidence. And I believe that it's going to get better and better and better and better. All right, let's continue on because we have some more knocks. We got more knocks we got to listen to, right? Can you count? Can we count how many there are right here? 3. We got 3 more knocks right here, right? Nice, loud, echoing knocks. So that's 3 more. Let's keep counting because we got more. We got more. And that's why I am flabbergasted. I cannot even believe it. I don't even know what to say besides I'm excited. I'm very hopeful. I'm all over the place. Here's 2 more. 2 more knocks for you guys. Loud knocks, distinguishable knocks. I wish that I hold, when I'm telling you guys that we have the places here, we just need a group of people here and a little bit of luck. That stuff will happen when we have the people here. But we have areas, well, it will produce evidence, guys. We just need real shit, like a real expedition with real researchers who want to put 8 hours of work in during the day and 8 hours of work during the night, or at least up to that. So we can be in the area and witness stuff, capture stuff, but be in the moment together, witnessing it together. That's what it's about. So the only way you're going to go out there and get evidence is by getting off your ass and going out there and getting evidence, right? So let's keep counting, right? Let's keep counting, right? So what are we at? We had 2 big knocks, right? All right, so we got to that was it. Oh, that was it. That was the final 2 knocks. Okay. Whew, man, that was a lot. Anyone keeping count? Anyone keeping count? Anyone want to keep count of how many different knocks we have? Some are 3, some are 2. We got a pair of 4. We got single knocks. We got what I heard at the very first one was a knock and then a whoop, and then we have a whoop and then a knock. We got some during the car. We got some right before, or we have some that we have enhanced so you guys can hear. Of course, I'm not getting any audio on my end, so I don't even know if you guys can hear it when I play it right now. I'm going to play it a couple of times. Hopefully you guys can hear it. You should have some kind of sound. If you don't have any sound, that's because something happened to Audacity and it stopped working. But as you can see, hopefully, and hearing my voice and keeping count, how many wood knocks? How many wood knocks there have been in all of this? As we skip around. We gotta skip around a little bit more. Skip around for a couple. But you see, they really start to pick up at the end. A lot. That was a lot. What did you guys think? I know that was kind of a longer presentation. Hopefully, I know audio was mixed review with sound levels, and then it just stopped working. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about that? Does anyone have a number? Did anyone keep count? Who was here what longest actually watching? Keeping count. How many? How many knocks? How many knocks do you guys think? I don't do the prizes. I don't have the don't do a poll and stuff in here, but how many knocks do you guys think? Potential knocks, right? How many knocks? Not potential. They're pretty obvious. Doesn't take your imagination to figure out, what did I hear? How many? If you counted my very first one that I heard that led me over to this other spot, if you count that one, and you count the ones that were heard when my car was on, you count those. Anyone guess? Anyone want to take a guess before I say the answer? I would like to see some answers. It'd be nice to have some guesses. Let's see. We got some questions and stuff in here from James. I'll definitely answer him. You guys can email me there, or you find me on the Lost Cryptids Conservatory on Facebook page, Facebook group, of course, the YouTube channel. 36 knocks. 36 tree knocks was recorded last night. And it wasn't windy because we have evidence of when the wind starts to blow and pick up and there's no tree knocks. The wind stops. There's nothing going on. There's tree knocks. Big tree knocks. 36 tree knocks was just captured last night. So when people are saying, I don't know. I don't know what other people are doing. I don't know. I do this on a hairstring budget. I have no money behind me. I have no budget at all. And I don't need it. I don't need any money to put myself in situations that gets me stuff. I'm doing it without the money. Now, if I had some money and better equipment, more equipment, right? Remember how I was talking about the audio equipment that some donations would be needed for? Here's a prime example of what you can expect if you donate to the Lost Cryptids Conservatory. Actual evidence that will be presented to you live as soon as it happens. Stuff that you guys can see. If you guys want the file, email me. I will send you the file. You guys want to take a look and listen to it yourself? Go ahead. Go ahead. If I had a couple donations, I'm going to put the link for the PayPal here in the description. We're going to also put the link to the merchandise in the description so you guys can buy shirts if you want to help donate. You guys can donate through YouTube. The plan is to get, especially now, but the plan before this was to get multiple audio recorders out there so they could be programmed and record for at least a week or two or more, nonstop recording, placed in like a spider web, a net out there, so that when this happens, we can have 36 knocks on more than one recorder. And hopefully have the recorders closer. And 20, every single night. I personally want to do 24 hours a day because I know there's stuff that happens during the daytime that people are missing. But the amount of extra storage, extra data, and extra stuff to look through, it's going to be hard, So if we get a network of audio recorders out there going, I'm telling you, we're going to get it. I just got it. We're going to get it. We continue to get it. We're going to continue to get it here at the Lost Cryptids Conservatory. Some funding, get some extra audio equipment out there, have a net, potentially do it every single night. And we might need some, potential extra members to help with audio stuff. If we got multiple different recorders out there recording every single night, multiple recorders going at just one spot, then you have multiple recorders going at some other spots. It's a lot of information to dig through and go through. There are some fast ways to do it, but there are some old-fashioned ways that you're just going to have to do it. And if we are going to get more information like audio equipment and audio data, definitely going to need some people to watch and listen and try to figure out what we're hearing. So we might need to open up the group up a little bit, maybe have a new member or two, maybe have people moderating stuff, maybe people who are just able to be sent stuff that we get and say, hey, can you look at this 12 hours worth of audio recordings we have? Oh, we have, a whole week worth of that. So that is the game plan right now, is we're taking donations because of this exact reason. Is if we have more actual equipment out there, we're going to get actual evidence, actual results, not this, bullshit. All these other grifters are, they get all this money and then what do they don't even do nothing with it. I have money. I don't have no money right now and I'm getting stuff. And I'm telling you, we're going to get bigger and better stuff. It doesn't matter whether I get funded or not by you guys, it doesn't matter. I'm going to get bigger and better stuff. It's going to be bigger and better if we have more equipment available. We have people here next to us, other researchers with integrity, witnessing and experiencing the same stuff as us. If I had a thermal, it'd be very beneficial. This is some of the stuff that eventually is going to happen, regardless of your help. Your help would speed up that process greatly. And right now, if I had a couple donations, $200 donation, you get a whole audio system out there ready to go and some extra change. A couple hundred donations would help get a couple audio recorders out there, and it'd be recording every single day. We could find out what we get every single night instead of when I go out there. When I'm able to go out there, I can't leave my recorder out there. I'm not able to go out there and retrieve it. It doesn't have the battery. It doesn't have the setup right now to do it. So we get some other ones, get some setups, get a whole net out there, get a couple out there. We're going to get bigger and better stuff. We're going to get stuff. I don't know. You call it luck. You call it whatever. It happens. It continues to happen. It will continue to happen. Lost Cryptids has always done that. We go out there. Stuff happens. We make stuff happen. We get lucky. Doesn't matter. When it's time to perform, we perform, and we get damn good evidence like that. And I'm pretty proud of that. I'm standing behind that. It's not gunshots. You can see the definite echo signatures. Some are louder, some are softer. There's a double knock where there's a louder knock. There's a softer knock. They're not gunshot echoes. This guy's not shooting, spinning, running 20 feet this way, shooting it this way, hiding behind a tree, shooting out this way. That would dampen the sound of the gunshot because he's behind different covers and he's over here in this. No. And the best part of that is I still have more audio to go through. So I don't even know how many there are total. It's kind of scary. And it's not some tree out there because there's no wind. It's not randomized. You can see where it gets louder, it gets softer, different distances, different sounds of that thud. So I'm pretty flabbergasted about it. I don't even know what to say. I was pretty shocked. When I counted to 10, I was like, oh, holy crap. When I kept writing big knocks, 2 knocks, big knocks, 3 knocks, that whoop and that knock, that whoop and then that knock. Really helped seal that deal because I know what I heard when I was out there. And I heard it. I respond. You guys heard it. I'm talking. I hear the tree knock. I stop and I say, I just heard a knock and a whoop. Call. I heard a knock and a call. And then I beeline it as fast as I pretty much can. And it takes me a little bit because I had to go around a little swamp and all this, but get out there about 200, 300 yards out to where it was at. get out there, lay down in this open area. I lay down. I'm watching the stars. I'm like, okay, I've done enough chasing and stuff. I'm always chasing. I'm always walking in after you guys, you know. Okay, I'm gonna lay down right here. I'm gonna lay down. I'm gonna watch the beautiful stars as clear as the night can be. And I'm gonna listen. And I'm gonna listen to you guys. Hopefully, come to me. And I was out there for 2.5 hours, 2 hours on the ground, laying down, listening. I heard raccoon. I heard coyotes. I heard deer sneaking up on me, and they ran away. I got some nighttime footage of a little rabbit eye shine. I think I got the deer on camera. Okay, then I get cold. I go in my car. That's when this audio recording starts, the 2 hours there, where 35 knocks happen in a 2 hours and however many minutes. 2 hours and 45 minutes. 35 knocks. And I pass out. Wake up every hour, get cold, turn the car on, get heated up, shut the car off, pass right back out. Kind of wishing I was, in the tent, but I had to get away. I had to be back in the morning and make sure I was out and ready. So choices, but have that audio recorded on top of that car, and got lucky. I was out there. I don't know. I wish I would have heard stuff in the car. I would have walked out and actually walked out there and stuff. But to me, I was already out there laying on the ground for 2 hours. You would think they would have made knocks then, but then I was thinking, well, when I go back to the car, I turn the car on, the lights are on and stuff, and then you can probably see that for a couple good distances, and well, you guys heard it, you guys seen it, you guys listened to it, you guys can look at it. That's why I love it. You guys can look at it. So there is a lot of enhancement to go through. There is a lot that people can look at and do on their own. I already spent a couple hours today doing this. I spent all day working on the audio and working on the shows, getting the shows edited and prepped up and ready to go. Pretty much all day, besides what I slept. So 36 different knocks. Some of them are louder than others. Some of them are, no matter how much I enhance, I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear them as good, obviously, as these ones. These ones are amazing because they're loud. Sounds like they're in the open, but they're able to be easily seen from the background. It doesn't take much enhancement, no amplification practically on my end. Of course, when you're trying to present it on YouTube and on people's phones and different devices and different settings, well, I can't make everyone happy when trying to show audio or enhance it enough for every device to universally accept it and listen and sound the same. So that was the show, guys. I'm going to answer a couple of these questions, but that was the show. Talked about some of these fake hoaxers and storytellers and grifters and drama queens. That's what Josh is, the wolf. Maybe he has some encounters and all this, but it's, my perspective on that is he's a drama queen who keeps starting drama, a never-ending drama fest. Also showcased a little bit of a person who knowingly hoaxed and showed us that they hoaxed. And if you go over to their channel, which I talked about earlier, I think you just need to type how to fake a Bigfoot hoax or something, and I should pop up. Yes, I could do that to any audio someone sent in, or you guys could do it yourself. Audacity is a free program that you can download to your computer. You just read the manual and study and play around with it and tinker with it, and you can have a free open source software that you can do everything that I did on and look at your own evidence and do your own thing. But if people have evidence they want to send in to me, so they want my opinion on it, I guess you guys, of course, send that stuff to me by sending it here or on Facebook. If you have a big video that has lots of gigs and it is too big to go through a email file or is too big to go through Facebook, you could, if you have a Google account, you can go and download it to your Google storage. Or if you need a new account, it's easy to make a nice new Google account for extra storage. You could upload it to your Google account, or you pay I think it's like $2, $3 for like 100 gigs, and it goes up and up and up from there. But you can upload your videos up to Google Drive and then send someone the link to that video on your Google Drive, and then I can download it through that link. It sounds complicated, it's not. And then I can download it 5 gig, 10 gig video if need be, which is a lot. But I've done that in the past and it's worked and stuff because it's not easy sending. I say that because if you have a audio file that's in WAV and it's like 1.5 gig, it ain't going through email if the emails have restriction on this file size. Some Facebook has been messing with me the last couple weeks, and now it's saying that I try to put videos through I have a process of editing and doing stuff. So when I'm sending videos from my phone to my computer and my other phones, I used to send it through Facebook Messenger, and now they're saying, "Oh, your videos are too big." For one duration. Now they've shortened it up a little bit. Now they shortened it up again, and it's just like, okay, wow, this is getting to be a pain in the ass. So Google Drive works pretty good. All right, so let's answer these questions. All right. I was saying send it to anyone, was wondering if I personally had audio, if you could watch it. Same way. Yep. Email me, message me. Josh has his personal experiences and the rest of his people sending their encounter. He's never claimed to be a researcher, so I won't comment anymore because he's a friend. Well, there's the truth of the matter. He's not a researcher. Well, then what is he? A storyteller? Why? What does he need money for then? We already went on through this. It don't cost money to produce this show, and it might cost money to. I have free StreamYard. I ain't paying for fucking StreamYard because you can pay unless you're paying the $400 a year version. You're not paying for much more than me. You're at the same bandwidth and speed and playback resolution, so it ain't really much better to pay the paid version. Now, if you pay the Super Pro Premium Plus, then you get 180 streaming and stuff, which I would definitely consider, especially if it would work better in the woods. But if it doesn't work, if live streaming doesn't work in the woods at that premium paid for level, then it doesn't make sense to buy it just to have a couple more people on here or to get rid of the StreamYard logo and have my own logos on there. It doesn't seem realistic to spend money on that. But if I'm thinking about contacting StreamYard and stuff, because you used to be able to do that. When StreamYard first happened, you used to be able to email the dude, the second man in charge, the actual designer and software engineer. I used to be able to talk to him directly. Now it's all automated and you can't talk to him no more. But when I had problems, I could email that guy and he would help. Now they've just exploded and grown, and no way. Hopefully everyone liked the show. We went a little bit over, but I'm excited about the audio. I wanted to explain it. Takes a while. mishaps, things happen. But I do appreciate everyone who continued to watch it and was patient enough and wanted to actually listen and look at the evidence. I really appreciate everyone who was in chat commenting. I see everyone and implore everyone to check out some of the channels that were in chat. Mr. Randy Harrington, of course, he's working on some of the stuff with Mr. Chris Reinhardt that he's going to expose and further expose. Sounds like the video is getting longer and longer and longer. And shout out to him. Shout out again to Ghost Contact Paranormal. He's the Michigan boy. Me and him are going to go out the springtime and stuff. We definitely have some events that we're going to be doing together. And go subscribe to his channel because he needs it. He's a ghost paranormal investigator. So they do that kind of stuff. But then they go to a couple spots that potentially Bigfoot and other crap's going on. So we like to tag along and hang out. And he got some pretty good evidence. They got some pretty good evidence. Pretty good team. So make sure you check him out. Of course, Sasquatch Secrets with Nikki does her Sunday shows. And so stay tuned for that. It's always good. Always good stuff to view. Pilot Island Research, Mr. Jeff Harding. Check out his next time he has a random live stream, check him out and stuff. He does a lot of good work, has a lot of good past shows and stuff. Interviews. I actually was on his show. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was on Pilot Island Research one time. Yeah, because then he jumped over to Untold Radio for a little while, and then I was before he jumped over there. I did the interview. The Nana Boss, check her out. She does a little bit of interviews and stuff like that, and other things. She's actually gone to a lot of different places, a lot of different researchers. So, shout out to everyone in there. Without further ado, we're going to, like Jeff used to say, we're going to land this plane. Usually the way I like to land it is a slow descent of chaos and smack that runway as we utterly are just having fun and blast. It's a nice Saturday show. I'm actually going to try to stay up and do some voiceover work that I needed to do on some videos. I'm editing of some solo stuff that I did a couple years back, but with all the drama that happened with my group and didn't want to post the video at the time and give other people recognition when they're not in my group. So it's been a couple years, but I did post the evidence that we find, of course, because to me that's more important than putting the whole video out. But so the video, the images of the footprints that I'm going to show in the videos have already been posted on the Facebook group page. So these are the swamp tracks that I tracked out there, and I'm going to show the video of it. And it doesn't have a lot of me talking, so I have to do some voiceover work because I think that would just be, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys can watch me walking out there. I ain't saying much because I'm focusing and listening. That's how I really am. If I'm out there talking to the camera, that's out of my element, technically, because I normally am not talking to the camera. That's content creation. That's not Bigfoot researching, right? Bigfoot researching, you're concentrating on other things than sticking a camera in your face and talking to it and getting distracted, right? I almost got distracted and I almost didn't hear that first knock that happened yesterday because I was talking to the camera. I wasn't focused on research and experiencing what's out there. So if you guys want to help fund the research with real evidence that we will show you when it happens, you can donate to Facebook, actually you can donate through Facebook Messenger. You can donate through YouTube. You can donate through the link in the description that will be after the show, PayPal. You can donate and buy some merchandise. We got a Spring Tea store, so you can buy some shirts. You can buy some artwork, some different kinds of different merchandise on there at reasonable prices that are a lot lower than some of the other fucking SOBs out there that are charging an arm and a leg for the same exact merchandise. So, I feel better that at least we're going to, if we get money and donations, it's going to be put to good use. And you're going to get actual real evidence. It's not going to be paying for my brand new Squatchmobile, which I actually, don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but we have a project called the Squatchmobile. And I think that's something that maybe will make its appearance this summer, hopefully. But we're going to get it all decked out. And the best part is it had nothing to do with your funding, nothing at all. So I love that we're about integrity here, about honesty, about Sabe. It's not about the money. It's about research. It's about finding the truth. And if the truth shall kill them, let them die. We need to value the truth more than we value men. So that's what we try to instill here is integrity, honest research, real research, not fantasy storytelling bullshit, but real research that we want to show you, can show you, we will show you, continue to get, whether we're on the 168 Florida expedition, whether we're up in the UP, whether we're on the west side of Michigan, no matter where we're at, we're going to get evidence, continue to get evidence, and continue to get epic quality evidence of 36 knocks in a 35 knocks in a 2 hour and 45 minute period. Is that a record? Does anyone else have that many knocks in a 2 hour and 45 minute time frame? I think this is pretty flabbergastic. I'm flabbergastic. This is amazing. I can't wait to get back out there. I almost didn't go to, if my flashlight, my battery banks, my cameras were all charged, 100% ready to go, I don't think tonight would have happened. Tonight's show would have been canceled and I'd have been out there. And some other things that, of course, didn't work out in my favor. But next weekend, whether I'm out by myself or I got some buddies with me, we're going back out there, hopefully get some more evidence. Maybe nothing will happen. I don't know. But I know eventually, with continued effort, we're going to get it. So a little bit of funding, we get some audio recorders out there, get them out there rolling 24/7. We're going to present to you guys some of the best evidence out there. I'm not going to say the best because there are a lot of good researchers out there showing a lot of good evidence. But we're one of the teams. We're one of those researchers from Michigan who are getting damn good evidence and are going to continue that. So with your support, it's only going to make it happen faster and more efficient. Okay. That's what that money's going to go to. Audio equipment, especially right now, audio equipment, baby. Get some of those, get more of it. And then thermals and stuff. So I'm so excited. I'm excited. I'm ready. My mindset's prepped for next week. So many ideas I want to try, so many things, but of course you can't do them all. Hopefully some of this excitement floods into you guys so you get excited for your own research. Get out there, just get out there and go experience stuff. Don't fucking listen to these fake ass storytellers. You can't show you nothing. Take all your money. Been doing this for years. They can't show you a damn thing. They won't show you a damn thing, but they can tell you a story. I don't like that. I like showing you the evidence. Fuck the story. I give a fuck about the story. I don't want to make a 2 hour long documentary to tell you a story. I want to show you the 10-second long evidence reel. That's the only thing I care about is the evidence, the research. The stories aren't going to prove nothing. It's the evidence that's going to prove stuff. And you can expect that here at the Lost Cryptids Conservatory channel. So with that, dude, we are finally landing that plane. And like I said, we're crash landing it into the landing zone, and we are officially ending this stream. And I appreciate everyone who's watched this, everyone who takes a listen, everyone who donates, everyone who just spends their time here at this channel. I appreciate each and every one of you, whether you agree with me or not. That's okay. I appreciate it. Appreciate the comments. Everyone has their own mind to speak however they want. can all agree to disagree a little bit, but hopefully you open your eyes a little bit to some of these fake researchers, fake con artists, and you keep on guard for some of this tactics that they use and the lies that continue to happen. Just look for it. Just don't have to, just look for it. All right. I think that plane's getting a little bit lower. Really low now. All right, everyone. God bless. Take it easy. I'll see you next time.